I'm not a morning person, but I have to get to the clinic to feed the critters or they'll start making a real racket. All set for your next trip? You know where you're going. Feeling okay? Got everything you need? Ooh, actually, wait. There's just one last thing I want to check first.
No way, bro!
Here's to a safe journey.
Hit me up, bro!
Let's go.
Oh, dear! Oh, dear!
Come on, buddy. Easy now, Kakuku.
Hold tight, bro!
There's always going to be those moments where you have to say goodbye, but nothing's ever made me regret my choice. Animals are a lot like kids. They're the future, and I'll always protect them. I'm a medic, not a warrior. I leave my guns holstered unless I absolutely need them. Come here, you little rascal! If you ever need a hand with anything, don't be shy. Hit me up anytime.
Hit me up, bro!
Nodcry, an ever-changing landscape of ruin, a marvel corroded by time. In the forest, where the nights were once undisturbed save for a few rays of moonlight, the wild hunt's shadow grows. There are those who bear the name of Frostmoon, living where the silver light shines. Others carry the torch, fending off the darkness and cold with their blades. I hear that the Snolan Fae still yearn for the frosts of old, while the Fatui look to the stars above, trying in vain to seize the false firmament. Then there are the nights, draped in the west wind, nearing the end of a long and arduous mission. My friends, of course, shan't be outdone. They will no doubt bring a magical charm to this edge of the world. And just as the stone craves the sculptor's hand, so does fate await your gaze. Pour me another cup of tea, if you'd be so kind. The story is about to begin.
When you create a new dish, all the ingredients have to work in harmony, like cogs in a machine. Oh, here's a better analogy. It's like composing a symphony from musical notes.
Sweet and sour with a refreshing aftertaste. But then...
Hello, everybody. Good mornings, good evenings, good days, and good nights, wherever you're joining us from. I hope you're having a grand time, and welcome to the AstraNox Invitational Elimination stage. I'll be your host for tonight, Fufu, and I am joined by...
Hello everyone, good days and night to my Western friends and my Asians homie. My name is Minty and I am today's caster with my friend's caster Fufu.
Hello, everyone. Give Minty a warm welcome, and I hope you guys are ready because we have some interesting matches to show for today. Some losers bracket games. Some people will be going home, but all of that is in the future because first and foremost, we need to explain how this tournament came about and why we are even here, because this tournament is sponsored by ShiningSoul. We'd like to let all travelers and duelists know that the second set of the ShiningSoul Genshin Genius Invocation TCG card set is now officially on sale. You can purchase the brand new in-stock cards at the official Genshin Impact store or ShiningSoul official store on Taobao. Collect the Genius Invocation TCG cards, gather your friends and foes, let the duels begin. AstraNox Invitational is exclusively sponsored by ShiningSoul, and the goodies you see on screen. They are so nice, aren't they? Oh
yeah,
my
they're
god.
so
But
nice. The new characters, the cards and the card packs. Yeah,
definitely.
Okay. But before we get to this, we will have to explain a bit about what this event of AstraNox is about. Of course, to some of your viewers, this may be familiar, but I will repeat this just one more time. And for this tournament of AstraNox, it is a 3 weeks of competitions with 64 players gathered from all around the world, from Asia, Japan, China, EU, and even America. And currently, we are at the final weeks of the tournaments, the knockout stages, with 12 of the strongest players remaining, 3 from the global side and 12 from the China side. And to be more specific, this is a double elimination tournament. Everyone will have 2 lives, so there will be a winner and a loser bracket. If you are in the winner bracket and you lose a set, then fear not, you will be transferred to the loser bracket where you can continue to fight for the champions. But if you lose while in the loser bracket, then oh no, sadly you are knocked out of the tournament like I was. And that is the reason why I am here to cast the game. And for the knockout stage specifically, the players will be playing mostly a best of 5 set with the exception of the finals, which will have more games, more challenges, and more intense moments for the players who manage to get there, a best of 7.
Exactly. But let's make sure that even the people who weren't following us up until now know exactly what's going on. So, players will be playing a best of 5 conquest format, and to explain that, they both need to submit 4 decks, and they are allowed to ban 1 deck that their opponent brings. Now, of course, their opponent has the same ability, but then afterwards you need to win with all 3 of your decks up against your opponent's decks. If your deck wins, it's out of the fight and you can no longer use it, but if a deck loses, it needs to go again. Maybe not in sequence, but eventually it does need to win. So definitely mind games are involved, but definitely you need for all of your decks to be ready to face whatever is coming down, because every single one of them needs to win.
Yeah, exactly. And also for the today's match, we will be spectating two set of games from the loser bracket. But before we get to that, we will be looking a bit at the calendars of the tournament. So as we have here, if you look at the calendars, there is a Prince regional stage and the Frontier regional stages, but we have already gone through with that to choose out the best 12 players from China and from global, so we will be moving on to the final weeks or the knockout stages, which a reminder will happen from June 9th to June 15th, and all of the days will be live. We will also post the result, and for anyone who is interested in watching or re-watching the stream, you can always go to our Discord server, our Twitter, on all our YouTube pages of GITCG. And for the Japanese or anyone who instead want to see the Japanese casting of the tournament, you can always check out the YouTube channel of Atoki from days June 9th to June 12th, or the Omori Matae channels from June 12th to June 15th. And last and not least, for anyone who wants to watch the original Chinese casting, you can always find them on Bilibili.
Exactly. But we would not put the players through all of this without some nice prizes for all of them. So, as we can see in a second, all the players you're seeing right now will be going away with something in their pocket. You can see that we are watching the top 12 right now, so they will at least be going home with 160 Chinese yuan, but then 7 and 8 get 320, 5th and 6th get 480, 4th place 640, 3rd place 960, 12th place 1280, and 1st place 3200 Chinese yuan. But while that might seem really nice, that's definitely not all they're going to be bringing home, because courtesy of our sponsor, they also get some nice goodies that you can see right here. That's right. They can bring these home, take them with them, show all their friends, get them addicted, and then teach them why they're the best by completely taking them over and showing them what true strategy and gameplay is.
Exactly. Okay. And that's enough for the introduction, and now we will be moving on to today's bracket, where we will be specifically follows the loser bracket round 2 sets, which all of us who is watching the English stream will want to looking forward to. The first set will be between Red, White, and Tofu, and the second set is between our boy Injagi and Leo.
Exactly. Now, these are two losers bracket games, so unfortunately we will be saying goodbye to two players today. So besides being a loser side of tournament where you can play even when you lost once, these players already kind of exhausted their chance and they're trying their best to climb through. And remember, it doesn't matter, you might have to play more games through losers bracket, but you can definitely make it back. As we can see, the one player will definitely be making it through losers. But these games are sure to be interesting, and they're sure to bring some new stuff, because they can actually change decks in the meantime. Yeah, you might have not known this, but if you saw all these players and you thought, oh, I know their tricks, I know what they have, actually they can do a little switch up on you and bring anything they want in the meantime. So we are ready to see some new cooking, and let's start with our first opponent, Red White. Minty, why don't you take it away?
Oh my god. Okay, so Red White here is a player from the China side, and his favorite deck is one of the very old decks actually. It is Bennett Klee and oh my gosh.
Okay.
Oh my. No, actually, I just want to say that it is one of the very old decks, but it was one of my favorite decks in the past, and also this guy has a lot of achievement in the various Chinese tournaments.
Exactly. You can see it. I mean, he is nothing to scoff at. We've talked about this a lot, but runner-ups and the champions come so close to each other in a lot of these tournaments, and doing it back-to-back in tournaments that are so far away from each other, that means there is definitely some good old-fashioned fundamentals and long time for this player to be staying at the top for that long of a time. Now, you can see that for the stuff he can say about himself, as we have in the fourth bubble there, he's got nothing. He lets his cards speak for themselves, and honestly, I respect that personally.
Yeah, I mean, he just being humble. Okay, and on this side we have Tofu with their favorite decks being Chiori, Herald, and Navia. This is actually one of the old decks too, not too old, but it was played a lot during the meta of version 5.3 and 5.4.
Exactly. And you can see this player might even have more runner-up titles, so they're even further apart, honestly. You can see that staying at that level of consistency for a while just means that you got to the top a bunch of times, and you've been here, you've seen this before, and they themselves consider themselves to be a villain. Maybe they just feel bad. Maybe they just want the hero to win, so they decide to be a runner-up. But they are definitely putting themselves with the title of chef. And honestly, from what we saw yesterday, they brought 4 combo decks. So definitely chef is coming up. But remember what I said, they can switch their decks at any time. So I wonder if we're going to see some new stuff. And we're about to find out. Oh my god, their lineup is completely different.
Oh no. Oh, and I... Okay, and for the tofu, the first deck they go pick is the Lawmaster, Sequin, and Chlorine. So basically meta decks of Dispatch, and for red white, they will be picking the Xinjiang, Signora, and Yae aggro decks.
Exactly. I mean, we've been seeing these decks run around. Xinjiang we have seen a little bit less, but we definitely watched it go off yesterday, and it definitely proves some of its points with its strong bursts that come out. But you can also see my favorite part of it is running the double arcane for specific matchups. Outside of that, the list does look fairly standard, some low-cost stuff that you can almost always throw out because you really don't want any cards in your hand now, do you?
Yeah, exactly. It is one of the decks where you have 2 Arcane Legends, so you can play specifically based on what decks your opponent is playing. I like the kind of flexibility here.
Exactly. But his opponent, is ready with some interesting tech of their own. 3 different weapons with a Wagner. They're like, I'm not going to lose this. I'm not gonna not find my sword. Wow, okay.
Oh, this is very interesting because all the Lawmaster, Chlorine, Sequin decks, most of them will run the sword in the middles. How you call it? How you call it?
Lo-fi. We would lower it down to lo-fi, and yes, we definitely see it all the time just being equipped, but we don't have time. We also saw some insane stuff like Unseen Razor. We're going to see some insane plays coming up. I would not be ready. Oh my god, if I was red white, I would not be ready at all.
Yeah, exactly. But both of the players are ready for the first game, and we will see.
No, we were sent into the void. Hold up, I am catching the internal, external cyberspace vibes, so we can get into this game. Beep boop. Are you ready for us to spectate? Players, please. Yeah, okay, let's go. It worked. Oh my god. Definitely worked out that easily. Now let's see the dice.
Oh, it seems like both players are still picking their dice. Yes. Oh. The dice is here.
Ooh, the dice are coming down. We have kept the Sacred Flame Arcane. We do have Toss-Up if we want better ones. But honestly, they're not looking too bad. I mean, tuning 2 in a deck like Xinjiang that's already fine with tuning a bunch is a-okay. But look at his opponent, Papaya Tofu, starting on Clorand with those 2 weapons and an Unseen Razor ready to go. Oh yeah, my god.
Okay, and here they have 2 electro dices, but the thing is that they have the perfect dices to equip either weapons. I think that they want to equip the subword weapons so they can do double normal attacks or chloride.
Exactly. Because if they were to equip the other one, they would have already probably done it before the skill came down. Now we see some tuning. Tuning of the Liu Su is interesting. We already spent 1 dice though on strategize, so we actually can't use it. And any point past this one will be just a little bit too late.
Yeah, exactly. If they play the Liu Su, they actually tune the gladiators. Which is odd. I thought they was going to tone the toss-up, but okay. And here's the first normal attack from Tofu, generating back 2 electro dices. I will be coming up, yes, to another normal attacks.
Exactly. Now we might see some pressure being put in by this Clorand, who is honestly just immediately going in very aggressive, very different than what we saw this deck do before. His opponent needs to worry just a little bit about the Xinjiang's health. She will get that shield, of course, if she skills in the following rounds, but still, this might just be a little rough.
So in my opinion, if both of these players have watched how the matchups in the past were played, maybe they have developed some new strategies for these matchups. Like instead of going full equipped chloride or going Lord Master round one, this may be actually the play they have been planning for.
Exactly, exactly. And Papaya Tofu, we have watched him play yesterday. He definitely comes up with some interesting and creative ideas, and we weren't ready for it. But yeah, this is a complete reimagining of a
Oh,
deck that has been around.
yeah,
But Sacred Flame comes down. They're like, yeah, I do damage in the end phase, buddy. Try to catch up to that one, and I will see you
yeah,
next turn.
yeah, exactly. And I think that Tofu will be swapping to Sigwin here, and the next time they are overloaded, they will go to Lawmaster, and the Lawmaster can do another overload reactions on Sibyan. Uh,
Exactly, exactly. Disrupting your opponent and creating that era of uncertainty if their Shinyan will even be safe because they already spent their defensive card. They don't have an Arcane anymore, so Day of Resistance is not happening. But
oh,
instead, we see a Lotus Pass. Okay.
okay, it is not too bad, but the thing is that your chlorine will be overloaded next round, so she's going to take some damage. She will be lower speed, and she will definitely have some problems.
Exactly, exactly. And Shinyan's burst does do that piercing damage to everyone. So even if you get her on field, she is about to take probably what, about 4 damage followed up by 2 piercing.
No,
She can
five.
heal, but
No, it's actually 5 damage because what you can see
ooh.
that's red white actually use a Natlan Arcane Legends, which will increase Xinyan damage by 1.
Oh, of course, but yeah, we're playing the NSC early so we don't lose it, and we don't need this toss-up because the dice are basically perfect in every way. Oh my god, the
Yeah,
damage is coming
yeah,
down.
they're going for it. They're going for it. Okay, and what do you do now? If you cannot swap back to chlorine because chlorine you die, and yes, they swap to Lawmaster, and they want to overload Xinyan off here before she can get her burst.
And if Shinyan does punch back, Lord Master will get that ability to get some extra energy going and an easier Scorpion. But that doesn't change the fact of how scary this looks when your Chlorand is this low in a deck that relies on her this heavily.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I am really waiting to see what is Red White doing here, because really Xinyan's going to get overloaded to Signora, but then he can always come back to Xinyan to get that burst, because Xinyan is pretty healthy with 8 HP and 2 point of shield, so she will survive at least 2 more attacks.
Mm. But do correct me. Can Shinyan survive a elemental skill from Chlorand? How much damage does it do
With the
with 4
weapons
bond?
is with the weapons and 4 bond supply, it will be a 5 damage. At base, it's still 4 damage because it's 4 bond of life, but with weapons, it increases the damage by 1.
Exactly, exactly. And if we do see a Lore Master skill come down, it is actually a decent chunk of damage, putting Shinyan to that 5 HP threshold, and it might not look as nice as it seems on the surface.
Yeah, okay. Tofu is actually thinking if they want to overload the Xinjiang off, or they want to do some more swap stalling. But I think that overload Xinjiang off is probably the play here because you do not have any better options.
Yeah, exactly. And you know your opponent's hand is completely gone, so there are no surprises, no extra dice, nothing scary to come up out of it.
Yeah.
The only problem is you don't have a fast swap to get onto Clorend before the Shinyan gets back and uses her
Yeah,
burst, so it's a little rough, but you could threaten and bluff the idea that you have it.
yeah, you can kind of bluff the idea because we have to consider the point that we are seeing the cost of both players and the caster and the viewers, but for the players itself, oh
Oh,
wait,
interesting. We might just see a
was
Scorpion come down instead.
was that an NA, right? Oh
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly. Yeah, saving the dice for the burst. Interesting.
Oh, this may not be too good because now, yeah, Xinjiang got the burst. Oh my god, Chlorine is 1 HP.
Oh, all within calculations indeed, but still not exactly where you want to be. The biggest problem here is that I'm pretty sure the way this works out, Clorand would die in the end phase because of the overload. Yeah, you have to go to Siege Ween and kind of take the damage through. And your opponent does have the Superconduct, which does do piercing, so yeah, this might be a little bit rough.
It is actually a little bit rough because now Chlorine is at 1 HP and Chlorine also has no artifacts on her. So she will not have some extra survivabilities from the tenacities. Oh, but she does draw the Mystic Soup.
That could definitely help, but we need to get off this Lore Master as soon as possible because that one piercing damage is actually exactly enough to take us out. So this might be really rough to actually play out with how much damage is coming down on the opposing side.
Yeah. Okay. Tofu actually has a lot of defensive options here. They have a long master technique which will decrease damage by 1 in trade for 1 energy from chloride. They also have the days of resistant arcane legends, and they also have the mystic soup. Like there's so much defensive option that they can do if they want to swap to chlorine.
Exactly, and her own Bond of Life will be able to heal her back up, so we might just see a swap to her after she takes the Mystic Soup and hopefully just gets either a bit tankier or... Honestly, Dice Reduction is probably fine because... Do you actually need... Yeah, you kind of need something to survive this. Otherwise, Signora does do 2 damage.
Oh no, but there's actually one problem about this because Chlorine is actually not in her skill state. So any healings to Chlorine now will be reducing the amount of bond of life that she has.
Oh, instead we will take the Day of Resistance type of effect that lowers the damage. We can also play the Arcane itself. Yeah, and now we're moving on to Clonine because we really don't have any more time to work it out. All of our characters are so low and... Yeah, it's time. It's time.
Can she be able to survive this though? It is a question because she only has 6 dice to work with. 6 dice, you can do a skill and 2 NAs, but then you cannot swap off unless you can play the Unseen Razor. You re-equip the sword for 1 dice and you regenerate 2 dice. Then maybe.
Exactly, that should be exactly enough of a breakpoint for us to get off, but it's not that our opponent doesn't do any damage before the end phase either. I mean, the Signora can attack. If they pass their turn, the Xinyan follow-up will actually do a melt, and then we have to deal with all of that. Also, the Miko summon does go immediately once you pass your round, so...
Yeah, exactly.
This might be looking rough.
Oh. Red-White decided to use the toss-up and to withdraws all the good dice that he had.
Exactly, trying to get as much as you can from that Sataria, and now we keep rolling dice because when you don't hit, just keep going.
Oh.
Not looking good though.
Now he only has enough dice to do 1 more skill, which will be the normal attack here.
Yeah, dice are not looking good regardless, even though you tossed it so many times, but this Cloran immediately heals up. She will take some end phase damage, but she might actually just be fine and able to survive it now.
Yeah, she definitely will survive this round, but the question is that will she be able to survive the next round? Because if you look at the red-white characters, Yae is having her burst ready.
So exactly, burst ready. Yeah. Burst ready, 1 summon will be left, so she will get the Empowered Burst indeed, and then you have to find a way to deal with it. It's going to be a lot of damage coming down, so your Clonine can definitely not kill them this round, so what do you do next round?
Okay, so what do you have to do next round is at this round, at least Tofu have to get some bond of life on Chlorine herself first, and then when the next round starts, when Chlorine uses her skill, at least she will heal by a bit. I think
Exactly,
this
she
is
can
what.
do that really fast heal up way back to 10. No artifact means we are a bit weaker. But we do have a soup for the following round. Now, we might just see the Unseen Razor into our weapon, into getting some extra dice and trying to go in as much as we can.
Yeah. Okay, but Tofu is still thinking. Maybe they're thinking if they should use the unseen razor on Chlorine or not. I think they should, because if they do two normal attacks here on Chlorine, they will not be able to swap off Chlorine, which is not a thing they would want.
Exactly, you would get the Sacred Flame buff because you've done so much damage this round compared to your opponent, but still, I don't think it's worth it having your Cloran on super low HP into that Miko burst just for
Yeah,
the +1 damage.
yeah, and it is not only it's not only the Miko burst, because Signora is also having her burst right now, and if Signora is flipped, her burst will be a 6 pyro damage, which is also a lot. Oh,
Exactly, the bursts are ready. Oh, we swap off defensively. We're probably gonna let us lose the rest of our characters. Keep the Signora on that Cryo side, just so that for the following round her burst is not as strong and we can find ways of dealing with this.
okay. I might not like that place too much, because now your Chloride only has one bond of life, so her next skills will heals up only a very tiny amount.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit rough. Will we see a Siege Ruin skill here to spend the rest of our dice? We definitely don't want a normal attack. That will flip Signora right around.
Yeah,
Unless we are trying
exactly.
to find a way to do more damage to her by doing less damage, but there's no way. I mean, that Pyro Burst will
Oh,
just be a little too much. Interesting. And a Wagner to pass the round. Okay.
okay. I might not like what Tofu is doing here, because Tofu still has a twist like Arcane Legends that is not used yet.
Mm. This does bring Cloran that +1 damage, and the Signora Burst on Cryo side is definitely a lot weaker than the Pyro version of it.
Yeah.
So we could actually tank it and then use Siege Ruin to tank the Miko Burst, but yeah, your opponent can only do so much in one round. You need to remember that Xinyan is a deck that doesn't produce an insane amount of dice as the game goes on. It only produces a couple here and there. Although your
Okay.
opponent's top decks do let them do 3 attacks, so this might be a bit rough.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And now it is red white turns. They can swap to Yai Miko and go for the burst, or they can burst on Signora tools. So Signora could be flipped to Pyro, and she can do a Signora skill to inflict melt reactions onto Chlorine.
Exactly. Spinning around, getting that extra element going is not even that bad because the more the game goes on, your opponent will heal, but you also have a lot of reactions and options of what you want to do. Now, let's see what the play is, because this is all just about calculating the most amount of damage you can do to your opponent without losing any characters yourself.
Yeah.
So, let's see how he figures out this equation.
Okay. And if we pay attention to the dice of red white, and red white has a lot of good dices, they can do at most 3 actions with 9 dice in total.
Exactly. Now, the weapon is free, but will we gamble on the Mystic Soup to help us here? Again, Claran just having Bond of Life and nothing else means that healing is not going to do too well. You know your opponent has 2 actions. In your head, it might be 1, but the changing shift up top means that they can definitely even swap stall you here if you try to go to Siege Read. Can you maneuver out of this one is the real question.
It's going to be very difficult for Tofu to survive this, because right now they do not actually need to skill on Signora. They can always swap to Yai Miko and get her burst ready, and the only way you are going to avoid that is you. Oh,
Oh, we're clearing our own Bond of Life here. We're getting
which
some extra HP. This is enough to survive it, I believe?
no, but it is not that good. You would really appreciate to get the, how do I say it?
Reduce dice?
Yeah, oh no, the reduced damage.
Oh, the reduced damage, I see. The Day of Life type of effect. We heal for 0 here, unfortunately, with no Bond of Life. And now...
Yeah, because
Oh.
Chlorine just cleansed her own bond of life, which is not what she needs to keep. You know, Chlorine and Alekino are two of the very specific characters where they want to keep the bond of life on themselves. Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe you're counting that your opponent has to do 2 actions on Signora here if they want to stay without realizing that there is a changing shifts in their hand. Now, getting out of this is just really rough. Probably the idea is to swap to Sejuin and come back, but if they play changing shifts and go to Miko, that basically seals your fate just because of how the maneuvering works, and there's not much you can do about it. But let's see, maybe they have a line that we just are not thinking of.
Oh, they would decided to swap to Sejuin here. But then Red White decided to swap to Ya and Miko, and now she just needs to throw in 1 more card and to get that Ya and Miko burst ready.
Exactly. Chlorine cannot heal her way out of this one. The burst will just come down and there's not much you can do. We do get exactly this going, but it might be a futile effort. Lethal is on board being presented, and there are not many cards in this deck that can get us out of this predicament.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And now with only 2 dice left, I think that Tofu is actually not going really well this game. And Red White with Xinyan as 4 HP, Signora at 7, and Yai Miko still at 8 HP. There's very little way that he's going to lose this.
Exactly. Even if your opponent can do 6 actions in 1 turn, getting rid of all these characters and surviving at the same time, not only to mention getting to that next round is going to be just a little too much. And I assume we're going to see a Miko burst here.
We're going to see a Miko burst here, and then the Miko burst will have a follow-up attacks if Miko has summoned.
Exactly, and that will take out Sejuin as well. We get to see the Fox coming down, and I mean, yeah, sure, Sacred Flame gets some extra stacks, but...
They end their turn, and the follow-up attacks will finish off Sejuin, and that is the first game. GG.
GG's to Red Y. Interesting Chlorine build. Maybe a bit of maneuvering around here and there to keep her a little more alive and a little healthier. But maybe they were trying to pressure Xinyan into being scared and being vulnerable, and they just didn't have a way to do it before she gets a burst out. So that is a little bit rough, but definitely I'm interested to see this deck come again. Of course, let's not ignore the Bennett Hypostasis Seahorse deck that we can also see. Some definitely interesting brews coming down this set.
Yeah, exactly, because from all the Bennett decks we have seen in the past, they were using Ashtaha instead of Seahorses. But I think that we will be seeing what is Tofu up to with his new idea, because he did clarify that he is a chef. So we will be looking up to his cooking.
Exactly. We'll get a peek into the kitchen in just a second, but now we can see, as we were talking about before, Xinyan has won their duel and they are out of commission. They've done their job, they get paid their dues, and they get to go home. Now you have 2 decks that you need to win with against your opponent who needs to win with 3 decks. But now it's a mind game. Which decks do you think we're going to be seeing, Minty?
I really think that we will be seeing the Kachinavias decks, because from what I'm seeing, the Kachinavias will be doing good both into Zhongli's, Chiori's, and Kokomi, because that deck really has no pressures to damage and to pressurize Kachinas. I really have no idea how that matchup plays against the Sayu deck, because Sayu deck is not one of the very popular decks in this tournament, but we'll see.
Exactly, and I will say I do have that a little bit of privy knowledge, because a lot of the EU peeps who came to play this tournament did bring Sayu with them. Now, maybe without Mirror Maiden, so this might be a bit of a more control-y version of a deck, but we've been seeing it. It is definitely a combo style of deck, and the question is, how well can it stack up against Kachina, which honestly, sacrificing Mirror Maiden in that deck might just be totally fine, but Papaya Tofu's decks are just so unexpected and unorthodox that it's really hard to tell at a glance exactly how the matchup goes. You kind of have to use your own theory and stuff, and you can only make your best guess because it might not be the same in practice at all.
Okay, but one thing I like about such unusual decks is that sometimes your opponents is just not familiar with it. Like when you just cook a new deck, you play with your opponents just does not know how to play against it, and they got confused, and this is where you actually win against them with the power of surprise.
Exactly. Having a strategy when your opponent doesn't have one, and being a lot more familiar with those breakpoints and everything else is definitely one way of going about it. It's a really big advantage that some people do not understand or see, but we might just see it coming through this time because, yeah, you did see that Florent deck kind of pushing itself out, and now Redwire is a bit more familiar with the ideas it can do, but also, you never know what it can pull out of its hat.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I am not too confident if the Zhongli Shiori Kokomi version is gonna do good against 3 of the remaining decks of Tofu. Okay, I mean that it still may have a chances, but I will really doubt if it can win the Kenkachi Navia and that Bennett deck.
Yeah, those are not usually matchups it wants to go into, but we will see Kachina come down against Redwise. Drum roll, please! Kokomi!
Kokomi. Okay, this is going to be a favorite matchup for Kachinavia, unless one of the players will have some unluckiness with their draws, and their dice. But we'll see.
Exactly. But the Inazuma version of the Zhongli deck does have that Inazuma res in most cases, letting it bypass, at least to some degree, the honestly just gruesome amount of dice you need. Yeah, okay, we see it. It's coming down. And an extreme. We do see an extreme in there.
We see an extreme, and we also see a chaos, which I have to say the Chinese players really like to bring their Zhongli list with chaos.
Yeah, giving a bit of that unexpected stuff that your opponent has to play around. Playing one-offs in an open deck list when your opponent needs to respect the cards even though you might not have them. The one fast swap, the one calcs can bring out so much damage out of nowhere. But honestly, we're not gonna see this, probably. But I think it's really funny that Redwire could potentially steal Cloran's weapons with Extreme in a different matchup if they're playing this deck and just use them on Chiori. That would be so good.
Okay, but that's not going to be too good because what Chiori is going to do here is to use her skill, so it would not cause much of a change. And we have Tofu stack here with Kachinavia, and they bring one copy of Wolf Gravestone.
Exactly, one Navia talent, one Wolf's Gravestone, one I haven't lost yet for a bit of extra oomph in the mid game if your opponent takes down a unit, which is interesting. Vanarana to catch some dice that you might need later, a Dawn Winery for those free swaps, and a decent assortment of artifacts that you may or may not want to see depending on if your board is there to help out.
Exactly, and when we also see a very common cast which is Pancration. So for anyone who does not know Pancration, it's too fast now. We will be moving to the games.
It's okay, we can give them a quick rundown. Pancration basically says that you can play it when your opponent has 8 dice, and if the person who ends the second or the person who ends their round later than their opponent will get to draw 2 cards. So we will see. It's hard to beat Kachina in that one, and we will see it in action probably right here, right now, played on round 1.
Yeah, exactly. We see Tofu did draw the Pancrations, and it is the good things about Pancrations is that it is a card that costs 0 dice, and it gives you two draws for free. Actually, it is not free, but consider how many actions Kashinabia does, they would definitely never going to end turn first.
Exactly, exactly. They have so much time to spare. So basically, you do get a free strategize, a free pot of greed, a free 2 cards. Well, your opponent just has to accept it and move on. So let's
Yeah.
see how the dice favor both players here.
Oh, five
Looking
dice.
interesting.
Oh,
5 dice
and
on one side, Zhongli is rerolling.
oh,
Ooh.
only 3 dices. But they have the Inazuma resonance, so it's fine. And they also have the opera.
Exactly. The Opera proccing, giving us another Geo. We might not even use Inazuma Resonance here, because if we do play the Storm Terror's Lair to confirm getting both talents in hand, it could just come down to that. Oh!
Interesting.
It seems to be time for a cleanse, because the prop arrow will come down. We might just see a Kokomi skill right here to cleanse ourselves and figure it out from there. Oh, instead we will just...
Oh,
Okay. Okay, okay. Interesting, interesting.
uh, I might find that play to be a bit confusing. Oh, and now they swap to Kachinas. Okay, maybe just to avoid the Zhongli's to use talent onto Kachinas and to deal a large amount of damage, it is a way to keep Kachinas healthy so she will be able to do a big amount of damage without being knocked out.
Exactly, and our opponent is out of dice. We have that a clean swap into Katrina. We lose a bit of damage, but we do get 2 dice, or 2 dice, 2 cards from Pancration, and now we are ready to twirly.
Exactly. And now Kachina's going to play the skills, and then she can either swap up to Lini and then let the combination of summon do a guarantee crystallizations, or she can just use the technique here.
Exactly, we're probably going to see it come down, and then we do have the Arcane, so we can use that. We do have a Woven, so we can use that. We have a lot of options as to what exactly we want to do, but we definitely want to pressure the Zhongli, because our opponent carelessly left him on the field.
Exactly. Oh, and they decided to not use the arcane. Maybe want to save it for later.
Yeah, keeping it for later, doing a simple attack onto Zhongli, getting some damage going. And now we're gonna see some maneuvering come down, because 2 characters are affected by Hydro. Crystallizes are coming down, and let's see how this works out.
Oh, the dice not too good for red white, but they have the Inazuma resonance, so it might not be a problem here.
Exactly, this might be the round where you really want to use it. The Opera does give you 1 more Geodice, so in case you don't, it does lower your cost just a bit, but it's still pretty rough.
It's still good.
We can see... Yeah.
Okay, so Tofu really has a good role with Kachinas here. He has bow equips, he has 2 wovens, he has a soup, and he also has a covenant of rocks, which will enable Kachinas to do so much actions here. She can do her bursts and she can do so much damage with her techniques. But the thing she's lacking here is gamblers, which is unfortunately that she is not able to get the gamblers.
Yeah, exactly. Missing that thing, but you do have so many dice to work with, so many options of what exactly you want to do. The Mystic Soup coming down, maybe +2 damage, maybe -2 dice, either or we will be happy with, because a free skill is a free skill.
Okay. Okay. But Tofu needs to be very tricky here with red white, because what red white is having is a Chiori burst ready to be used, a woven and a surfing body. So what they can do is they will use the surfing bodies to get Kachinas to 6 HP, and then they will do a Chiori burst, which will finish off Kachinas.
Exactly, and we're gonna see it all come down. Now, do you play around it? Do you not play around it? Are you ready for it? Are you not? Remember, if Katrina does go down, you still do get that nice boar
Oh,
stack off.
I do not
Okay.
see any defensive here. So is
Yeah,
he
I believe
going?
this is the +2 damage one.
Yeah, exactly. But is he going to? Oh, he's playing it. He is being very cautious here.
Exactly. The Chiori Burst will do 8, and the doll. Does actually this kill anyway with surfing buddies? Are you
If you
actually
if
having enough damage here?
you actually you do. Oh, Geori burst is ready. Yep, they will go for it.
Oh, it's not enough. It's not enough. I miscounted it. My bad to the audience, but still, that's a decent chunk on her, but Kachina doesn't care. Kachina just realized that she has survived. She is not going to take enough damage to go down. So, yeah, there's nothing stopping us now. The world is our oyster by all means. Another technique coming down. We have the Covenant. We have dice to spare. We have damage to deal and places to be. The burst will hit. Oh my god. It's going to be a travesty.
Yeah, and what I said here, it is a pity that Kachina is not able to get gamblers here because this is a double kills, and with gamblers that will generate you back 4 dice.
Exactly. It would be a full another attack on any unit, and even more on someone like Katrina, who can use her dice so effectively. Now we'll probably just see her take out this Kokomi in most cases and accept her fate with a job well done, or will we see a defensive swap instead?
No, I think that you need to do the techniques on Kachinas here because the summon only do 2 damage. You need to do the techniques on Kachina, so it deals 3 damage.
Exactly, and takes Kokomi out instead of leaving her on that a little bit of HP. Oh, but we will instead see a defensive swap taking the middle ground between the two. And accepting that, yeah, maybe our position is just good enough to play it this way anyway.
Oh, Lini will be living on 1 HP, which is fine.
Exactly. Zhongli, not to be underestimated, will do a lot of damage. But now, you see, our opponent is a little bit stuck on Kokomi. They might have to spend an action, or they might have to do a slow swap to Zhongli to get him going instead. But either option just doesn't seem awfully nice.
Yeah, because as we have said before, this Zhongli list is very defensive with Kokomi as a third character. If it was going to be Signora or Herald, then it would be much more different. But again, it is how the deck it is. It is more into defensive value, so it's not going to do good against Kachinas.
Exactly. And we're gonna see here, you can surfing buddies to take out Linny, but how much does that help you when you have to spend dice on Kokomi or move into your Zhongli, who is in a very precarious position right now? The Georez is there to give you some shields, but do remember you only have so many Geodice, and in this case, not many at all.
I mean, you could play the 3-cost countdown here to get 6 Omni dices, but with the trade of 3 dices, that is not going to be a worth unless you really want. Oh, they actually go for it.
Alex coming down, but we might not have the characters for it. We can still Opera for the following round, but instead Mao can heal up our Kokomi a decent amount, or just put it onto Zhongli here. Yeah, making him a raid boss as much as possible, because he does need to deal with 2 units later now. Kokomi might take out this Linny and then let herself be taken out in return. Let's see how this plays out.
Exactly. And now it is time for Red White to decide that will they use the surfing bodies here to take out Linny. Okay, but surfing body has a downside that you cannot choose the summon to be attacking because it's going to be random, so it is going to be the damage buff doors or the follow-up attack doors that may be potentially attacking Lini, and you don't want that to happen. So it is very RNG.
Yeah, exactly. We might just see an NA come down instead, getting that follow-up attack, and then trying to turtle up with the Geores and trying to survive until the following round. Mystic Soup coming
Oh.
down. Let's see what we get.
It better's going to be the -2 dice.
That would be so nice right here, getting Kokomi to spend as little as humanly possible. Maybe getting an extra action on Zhongli in that case. Let's see. Oh, we go defensive instead.
Defensive instead. Oh, it's going to be a Kokomi skill. Oh no,
A
it's just
Kokomi
an A.
The follow-up attack from the Chiori doll will come down, and now this Kokomi is trying her best to survive and stall out for the carry that is Zhongli, but the I haven't lost yet has just been activated and it's put online. So the question is, how much dice does your opponent have, and can you deal with it? Because the Kachina burst plus the extra dice plus a bullet if you need it. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Okay, what Tofu actually could did back then was that he played the Wolf Stone onto Kachina, onto Navia. He could actually break through the amount of defensive that Kokomi had, but that would be a lot of damage. A lot of dice invest. Oh, and there you go. Kachina is at 2 HP and Navia is at 3 HP.
Exactly, like, yeah, we are in such a good spot, but also we are so close to dying here. It is a little bit scary. Still, this Kachina has so much damage to work with. Look at how strong the piercing is as well, getting Zhongli quite low, and it might just be over right here, right now. Another skill coming down. We will probably see...
Oh?
Yep.
It's not over. It's not over.
Not over just yet. Will we see a swap?
No,
to
it's
leave
just
the Kachina,
skill.
or just a hit? Oh, a hit. We get some bullets.
Yeah, and
now.
yeah, and now Zhongli is lower than 7. Then Kachinas will survive these summon end phases on 1 HP.
Exactly, and from that spot we have the Wolf's Gravestone. We have everything we want. We have so much to deal with, and then fast swap for the Zhongli side coming just a little bit too late indeed.
Indeed, it is a bit too late, but is Zhongli able to heal above 6 HP here? I'm afraid not.
Yeah, unfortunately the food we have is just not the food we would want here. And while it can draw us cards, the only useful defensive card we even have is another Geores, but none of that matters in the face of the Wolf's Gravestone that is going to be immediately played following it, so...
Okay,
this is going to be rough.
Okay, it is going to be rough, but remember, Tofu only had 8 dice here. So with Wolf Gravestone, they can only do 1 skill. Oh, they actually get the Geo Resonance.
Okay, that is step 1 towards our plan. We have enough to Geores, 5 cost, and then do another action because Storm Terror's Lair will lower it down to 4. Okay.
Okay, this is tough for Tofu here, because now Wolf Gravestone with the bullet only deal 7 damage. Oh, it is not enough. It is not enough. You need 1 more bullets to be able to break through. Oh, you actually need 2 more bullets. 2 more bullets to be break through that.
Yeah, she currently does not do enough damage in a singular skill to take out his opponent, and with no Vovens or anything in our deck to help us with that, if our opponent either hits or just passes...
Wait, Fufu. Zhongli now is at 8 HP. If she do a skill with talent, she draw 2 bullets, and then she can scale again, and that is just enough.
Right, he goes to 5, we get 2 bullets, our next attack is exactly lethal.
Right.
Oh, good line.
Exactly. Well, that bullet was kinda lucky because it drew Tofu, the Navia's talent, which is actually what he needs right now.
It was exactly what we needed, and our opponent passes because realistically to them doing 1 action here or not doesn't matter. But unfortunately, yeah, not getting that healing food just means you can't take out this Navia, and she can do exactly enough to take you out. Getting some artifacts
Oh.
post game, of course, but
And it is a victory for Tofu. The score is 1-1.
score is 1-1. That game seemed so close, came down to the last few draws, and yeah, there was a line to miss there where playing the talent gives you the 2 bullets you needed from your deck, and getting it definitely. But Kachina takes the victory, and honestly, good fight from both sides, but so close, yet so far away. We are at 1-1, and we're about to see some more interesting decks come down.
Yeah, so close for the decks that is very unfavored against Kashinavia like Zhongli, Chiobi, Kokomi. They did put up a good fight, but in the end it was at the power of the cards. You need to believe in the cards, and the cards actually help you win.
Yeah, exactly. One card different, one different draw from either side could have made all the difference in that one. But now, let's look at the following matchups, and yeah, as we were talking about it before, I mean, the Bennett Cube deck seems very scary into Zhongli just because of how much output the Cube can do, but having to deal with Sayu's freeze might be a bit rough for it, so if you're Papaya, you do have some decisions to make here.
Exactly, if you are playing Chlorine, you can have cards that is able to break to freeze like Tada, but if you play the Bennett lists, then you are might a little bit vulnerable to freeze.
Exactly, so the question is, which one do you go for? Will you try to push Bennett to get the insanely favorable matchup that is Zhongli with the possibility of having to deal with freeze? Or do you go a bit safer? I think we might see Papaya just go a little safe, pick that Chlorand and try to move through that. Regardless, it does come down to it, and outside of your options, the Mirror Maiden does have some control out of it, so maybe the Sayu deck is a little bit slower, giving you that advantage with Chlorand, but I would be interested to see what this Bennett deck has in it, because now, I don't want to jinx it or anything, but we might not even be able to see it at all, so I would like to see its action cards, and I'm interested if there is some really, really interesting cooking coming down from that. Beep boop, I am getting the satellite images right now. Hello, satellites?
Yep,
Can we
satellites
have
are
the
actually
image
here
of
right
the
now.
decks?
What is it? I'm just taking a quick check in to show off this
Beep.
Seahorse deck while the
Boop.
players are still doing their stuff. Let's take a look here. Let's see here. Oh, and looks like I'm gonna swap out right now. Satellite disappear. Go.
Beep boop, beep boop.
Thanks Satellite, and I am back with the casting, and now we will be moving forward to the next game of the set.
Exactly, but currently the players are taking a little bit of a minute to themselves to decide what they want to play, because it is quite the decision. So I was thinking, in the meantime, we kind of take a look at their decks. This is the deck I really wanted to see.
Oh, the deck is
Ooh.
here.
Interesting. Vovens, no Electro Res for that that quick energy cheat on Bennett, but we do see 2 big GTs, 2 small GTs, a Veterans, and a Gamblers all coming down with a 1 singular Storm Terror's Lair.
Oh, one Storm Terror will be a bit odd, because most Bennett lists actually run 2 Storm Terror, because you know 2 is better than 1. If you can draw it easier, then so be it.
Exactly. But I am getting more images and more information that the players have decided what it's coming down to, and we are about to see it. Beep boop,
It
beep
is
boop.
going to be the Bennett lists. Oh, it's a Sayu, and oh, the Chlorine decks.
Sayu and Chlorand. So Papaya Tofu going with that safe choice of Chlorand, who can much more easily deal with the freeze coming down outside of Bennett, whose cube can get completely stuck and unable to move. So we will also get to see the interesting cooking of the Mirror Maiden Sayu deck, and how aggressive it's built, how combo it's built, or how mid-range it's built indeed.
Indeed. Oh, and now we have to look at the Saryu decks. It has 2 fast swaps, so maybe you can fast swap from Mirror Maiden to Saryu for the Hydro Sword. It also has 1 Saryu talent for some extra draws, and also the Courtyard Arcane Legend, so you can play the Wolf Gravestone at only 1 dice.
Exactly. Lowering those all-important equipments and getting those extra dice or extra damage. We can see the Mystic Soup as well, thinking that maybe it gives us some extra needed tools, because honestly this deck always had a little bit of a free spot in there that you could put anything in. Regardless, we can see that outside of the Mirror Maiden, which, you know, the Hydro character in this deck has always been kind of switching around, Herald, Mona, depending on who's good, who's not. Mirror Maiden is quite the disruption to your opponent, but the list does look fairly standard, I would like to say.
It's very standard just with 2 Mystic Soup, because Mystic Soup is actually a very versatile force. It can give you healings, it can give you damage, it can give you dice. It is such a good food that every deck can bring it. And now we have a look at the Corrin deck, which we saw before. It is a very unusual deck that instead play the Wagner engines with 3 different swords.
Exactly. Now, one thing I didn't notice before, but I see it now, is that it also runs Controlled Blast, meaning that they were kind of ready for Zhongli too. They know their matchup, so Chlorine was probably better into both decks actually. But now, let's see how this goes. It always starts with dice, and topside might need more than Papaya does, so let's see how they roll.
Oh, and the dice are ready. Oh. Okay. The draws of red white is kind of good. Like they have Timaeus, they have Dunya, they have Golden House, they have Gilded Dreams, and they have Liven too.
Exactly. We might see ramping. We might see a push here for some extra damage. Depends on how you want to do it, but we might see a full ramp round regardless.
Okay, I think it's fine because you do not want to inflict too much damage on Lore Master, because you are actually generating energy for her if you do that.
Exactly, keeping our opponent on the side. Oh, but here Dunyarzad proccing you another Dunyarzad, not exactly the one you want to see. We get the Wagner. We can set that up early, and now we just gotta pick and choose what we like and what we don't.
Yeah, exactly. And now we can also equip the tenacity onto Chlorine, which was what Tofu was lacking the last match. They did not get the artifacts. That is why the Chlorine was so vulnerable.
Exactly, and this time around, getting that extra shield means that once our opponent has those Wolves Gravestone, it's going to be harder for us to get under the threshold needed for them to proc, so that might be interesting. But everything in your hand here outside of Minty Meat Rolls and everything on your board kind of scales, and you want it on the board as soon as possible. So it does become a bit of a question of what do you want to put down and what will you leave out for either the following rounds, or you just don't need it this game.
Yeah, they have decided to equip Chlorine and actually play the Wagners, maybe.
Yeah, we're probably gonna see Wagner's. That's the easiest way to get rid of these guys. Instead of a Dunyarzad, we want to keep a Liben for the future.
And they got the Sacrificial Sword, which is actually the weakest sword for Chlorine here, because if you compare it with Sapwood and Lo-Fi, it is still good. It still gives you damage, it still gives you dice, but talking about dice, it is the weapon that gives you the least dice.
Yeah, Lo-Fi does give that a bit more dice per round, but this one is kind of the middle ground. You know, it's more long-term than its counterpart in Sapwood, but it's less value than a Lo-Fi itself. Yet we will not say no to it, because we can get weapons cheated out quite easily in this deck. Remember, we do play that Unseen Razor and everything else. So now it's time for our opponent to probably Mirror Maiden skill and make our swaps cause just that bit more, hindering our dice economy indeed.
Oh, exactly. And now it is round 2, and the dice of both players are really, really good.
Yeah, we're gonna see them go full off because they don't even need to worry about each other. Now, Mirror Maiden doing 3 damage. If you remember the old days when it was 2, shoutouts to you. But nowadays, Lore Master will get a 1 extra energy coming from it. And we will see how this presents. Yeah, it's going to present in the Scorpion coming down. We don't even want to swap.
We do. Okay, we do not have a fast swap here for red white. Fast swap would be good because they can just fast swap to Sayu and to swirl the Hydros. But that is
We're digging
not
for it. We
what.
found it.
Did we find it?
We did not find it. I saw Strategize and I got way too excited. My bad. I saw the bottom of Strategize. I lied. We did not find it. No, that's bot.
Oh,
Oh my god.
but we got the second Gilded Dreams, which is huge.
It is quite nice. Unfortunately, we have already played cards, so the Liar Song will be a little bit weaker in that regard. Now the question is, how do we want to go about it? Because this kind of has to be around to go. We have so many cards. Our board is filled up, so like unless we are going to Liben, yeah, we're gonna get this going first. Maybe we will see. Oh, fully geared and ready to go Sayu, but with a slow swap,
Exactly.
it might be a little bit rough.
Okay. I see the line here. I see the line here. Basically, you play the Bow Princesses, you play Gilded Dreams on Sayu, which will give 9 dices. 9 dices with Sayu weapons is 15 damage. That is actually a lot of damage here.
Yeah, exactly. But you did present your opponent a mead that you said, if you want to take the Scorpion, I will take a swirl. But your opponent is like, no, my deck is Clorend. Clorend can do way less and still be fine in comparison to your setup. Unfortunately, though, not getting the swirl is not the end of the world for Sayu. We might see a skill come down here just because it's so cheap and we tank 1 hit in return.
Exactly. We tank 1 hit. We can also play the Lotus, which Tofu will be doing here, to avoid 3 damage from Sayu skills. And
Exactly.
that skill
Now
did 0 damages, and now we can do 2 Chlorine NA here.
Exactly, damage coming back. We can end on Clorend, but our opponent does have a lot of dice ready for the following round. Now let's see how they respond to this setup, because there are a couple ways you can do this.
Okay. So the best way they can do it is that they play the Bow Princesses, they play the Gilded Dreams onto another Gilded Dreams, and you get another 3 dice. So that gives your Sayu 2 more actions.
Yeah, the unfortunate part of that just is that this Wolf Gravestone is not in range of anything, and you're not getting the swirls you want, so your damage is quite hindered, but it is quite the push, although our opponent does not seem awfully worried about it. They're on their Clorend, they're on their carry, they are going in as much as they can, and we shall see who prevails.
Oh, decide to swap to Xiangyun? They will probably go for second Chlorine skills, Chlorine NA here, which they do.
Exactly, another hit coming down, Clorend getting some more Bond of Life ready to heal later. Will probably be answered by a Chongyun Frostfield here, getting us that easier setup for some swirls and freezes later on.
Okay, and now with 4 Bond of Life, the Chlorine next skills will deal 5 damage and heals her for 4 HP, which is a lot.
Exactly, she will basically be able to take back any damage that's been dealt to her, get into healing, do more damage to her opponent, and just, yeah, the duelist is dueling. Oh, we will see. This is interesting. So Board Princess comes down. Will we see 2 attacks somehow? Or will we try to feed the Liben as well?
I mean, it has to be a... Oh?
Okay, we do still have a Liar Song in our hand. With Board Princess, it gives us some extra stuff.
what was that bowl? What was that bowl princesses for?
We will see in just a second, probably. If you Liar Song here and take a Gilded off, put it somewhere else, you do get some extra dice going, so how exactly you manage to maneuver it and what your exact play is might differ depending on
Wait,
your opponent's plays.
wait, is that bowl princesses going wasted? Completely wasted.
Mayhaps, maybe it was a misclick, maybe it was a slip of the
Oh,
finger, yeah.
it goes completely wasted, man.
By all means, unfortunate, but yeah, Clonine does have a aura on her. She does have that setup ready, and she might get frozen in the future because Papaya probably still does want to go back to the Lore Master and get that burst going, as opposed to their opponent who is now in a interesting position because they do have some setup ready for this round as well. Oh, we see the clean cut kill.
Oh no, and now the only freeze options of chlorine is gone.
Exactly, they're like, yeah, well, that's cool and all. I mean, I don't even need my Lore Master. I can just go here. And you do see, if they do want extra dice this round, they do have the Sapwood Blade in hand, playing a Liar as your first card, because that lowers the cost of your Gilded by the most, and we will probably still have to go Sayu and try to get some attacks going because of the Wolf's Gravestone.
Yeah, exactly. And now for Tofu, they has the Sapwood, they has Minty Meatballs, they have Mystic Soup, so many options to generate dice.
Exactly. A lot of damage coming down, a lot of actions coming down. Sayu gets a defensive ability from Mystic Soup and will be switched onto, and now it's almost looking like a 1v1, but it's a 1v1 between someone who likes to laze around and the Duelist of Fontaine themselves. They are geared, they're ready to go. Let's see who does more.
Oh. It's probably that Chlorine is going to do a lot of actions here, considers how little dice requirement her skill is. Her NA only requires 2 dice, her skill only requires 2 dice too.
Yeah, exactly. And the Sapwood means that we are completely all in. We have already done 2 actions, but we are back to 8 dice, like the round has just started, and we don't even bat an eye.
Okay, so what Tofu's doing here is that they go for a chlorine burst, and then they go for the skill, or they can go for skill and they can go for burst. Both works because that is
NA instead setting up some more Bond of Life because you're about to get hit and you want to heal all of that back, I presume.
Okay, but really, the skill into burst works better. The skill into burst works better. You have her burst is not too bad. It's actually generated you a lot of Bond of Lives.
Possibly, but maybe the consideration is that burst is 3 dice and we might just do 2 actions here because honestly, at this state of the game, we are not scared of a single thing our opponent can really do. We are out of the range of the Wolf's Gravestone. We are so far above and we have so much healing coming down that 2 more actions here is just devastating by all means.
It might come down to nerves here that they play that Boar Princess for nothing and they let Mirror Maiden to get sniped.
Yeah, just a bit of nerves, a bit of miscalculation of dice, and then once you miscalc once and once you make that first mistake, then everything else just follows. Switching over to Chong, trying to keep the Sayu alive, but Clorant has just started and she's probably not gonna stop by any means.
Yeah.
Oh, the late MMR for 1 cost attacks. Oh my god.
Oh, that is actually genius.
Keeping your dice hidden for as long as possible and then bringing out, 3 more attacks right here. The Chong can refresh his Frost Field once again, but oh my god.
That will only bring Chlorine down to 8 HP, which is not enough, which is not within the Wolf Gravestone ranges.
Exactly, and with the amount of Bond of Light she's gonna stack with these normal attacks, she's just gonna heal back to full HP, even higher because of the Siege assisting her on the side, and this is going to be looking rough.
It is going to be looking rough. I mean, you end the turn. Okay, just look at the state right now. Chongyun is at 4 HP, Sayu is at 1 HP, and then you look at Chlorine. All three characters are 24 HP effective.
Exactly, and now the Hydro Aura that was on Lore Master, that was the only way left to fleece Krillrand, is gone. So now it's just simple. We do get those overloads, we do get that extra damage, and we don't even need to put our duelist in harm's way. We can just cleanly and clearly take this out, because even if you do kill her, like, you don't have much of an answer for everything else that's about to come down.
Yeah, exactly now. And I mean, what do you do here? I mean, you can equip the Wolf Gravestone and kill Lawmaster here, or you can fast swap to Sayu and NA. That also works. But
We're
the
probably
thing
gonna
is that
see, yeah.
the thing is that Sayu will always go down in the next action.
Exactly, yeah. The normal attack clearing her out, but just not having freeze with this deck is so rough. And yeah, Clorand,
So
look at this healing up to 12 because of Siege, and does not at all worry about what's coming next, because she knows that, yeah, even if Chong does burst here for a reasonable amount of damage, he's not going to even get to that spot. And he is just
okay.
taken out.
That last matches was a top matches for Chlorine, but these matches, Chlorine just literally swept the entire enemy teams on her own.
Yeah, we watched the aggressive line. Cloran last time taking a bit too much overload damage, but this time she just went for it, and yeah, completely not hiding behind the other units for that plus 20 HP, just completely going in on her own, going first, and just taking them all by herself, showing why she's the duelist.
Yeah, exactly. And now the only deck that is left for Tofu is a Bennett deck. We will finally be seeing the play of it.
Exactly. Now, for what it's worth, we've been watching Bennett in this tournament a little bit, and Ajdaka does often end up being quite the stall, quite the sacrificial character, because the Bennett cube combo is so strong. So Seahorse might be kind of serving the same purpose and moving towards that, like, stally, doesn't do too much, just sits there and takes the aggro from your opponent. So we will see how that plays out, but its matchup into Sayu might just be a bit rough anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And now for Red White, they had to win twice against that Bennett deck to be able to win the entire set, which could be challenging, could be not, because as we said, this is the first time this Bennett list has seen play. Before it was Astaha. It is the first time we see Seahorse here.
Exactly. That little change, those Vovens you now have to play around, they might be quite interesting. And you do need to remember, a lot of these Bennett decks we've been watching do not run Gilded, so they don't actually lose anything by having a Resonance, except they gain some dice to themselves in their own deck.
Okay, and now we will be looking at the decks, specifically at the Bennett decks again, to see what is the actual secret behind it. And that was the final pick of Tofu. And the opponents picked Sayu again.
Alright, yeah, well, at this point we are quite familiar with both of these lists, but we did only get to see a bit of a snippet of the bet deck. Let's check out exactly what we're dealing with here. Yeah, so Storm Terrors fetching two different talents, one of which is the Seahorse talent. I am not going to pretend to remember off the top of my dome exactly what it does. I remember loving it, and I remember it giving you one more shield for free.
Yeah, exactly. The things about Seahorses is that Seahorse skill actually is a very good skill. It deals 3 damage, it gives you 1 extra shield every round, and its passive is that it helps you to draw 1 card when you end turn on Seahorses.
Exactly. So getting that extra draw, getting those shields, especially against summon decks, we're not going to get to see it here, but summon decks like Zhongli will have to deal with Seahorse, who doesn't lose his shield the first time he is hit by a summon, and it just makes it so much tankier, so much easier. The only thing you do lose is the Ajdahar Talon being able to swap or stall for a one action, which is a shame.
Which is a shame. They do have two wovens here. No electro resonances, which is a bit odd. Okay, but the things about this deck is that you see the Seahorse talent. So for anyone who does not know what the Seahorse talent does, it basically is a zero cost talent that gives Seahorse one extra shield. And the shield deduction that is damaged by summon will be increased to 2 times per round, which is very effective against decks with lots of summon like Zhongli's theories.
Exactly. And depending on if this deck wins or loses, we might see that completely coming into play, and this Seahorse being a really tanky and being able to take so much damage while still being A-OK by all means. Looking at the food, it seems quite normal. Looking at all the other stuff, it seems quite standardized. Of course, the opponent's deck we just looked at seems quite the usual amount. We will see if they get their fast swap this time and get those swirls online and going.
Okay, exactly. And what I just explained is about the Seahorses against deck like Zhongli's Theory, but we might have to wait it for the next match if Dario is going to win these matches against Bennett.
Exactly. And one more thing that is here, besides the freezes, Cube does start it starts the game with a bit lower HP, so that Wolf's Gravestone threshold is looking a bit rough. And sometimes when your Cube after reviving hits, it heals up, but if you're up against the Wolf's Gravestone, it's just gonna look rough.
Tofu started against with 2 Dunya Jar, which is very, oh my god, 2 Dunya Jar and 2 Golden Troops. 2 Golden Troops.
And the Timaeus in the middle, truly a Balatro hand, giving you those 2 pairs and being ready to play everything, honestly. There's no reason not to.
Yeah, this is actually a god role. Like, I mean, the artifacts when you want to get when you play Bennett is the Golden Troops. The more Golden Troops you get on the characters, the more dice reduction they will have. Okay, but one problem is that you do not draw the Bennett talents here. Bennett talents is very important in every Bennett deck, in every matches. If you get it, then it is very good. If you don't, Bennett burst is still gonna be good, but it is going to be completely less effective.
Exactly. And we will see. We did start on Bennett, which is also quite interesting. We might see some actions come down. We might see some more interesting plays coming from that. Instead of just fully ramping, we might rush that burst and try to get it over with. But honestly, yeah, trying to dodge the swirls and the freezes might more be in your lane of thinking. I'm surprised we didn't start with Seahorse to deal with that.
Okay, I think that starting with Bennett is fine because you need to get some energy on Bennett. You do not bring electro resonance, so you need to do 2 Bennett skills for the Bennett bursts.
Exactly. And because you didn't bring anything to cheat it out, you do need to sit down and get this going at any point. So we might just see 2 actions come down anyway.
Okay. Oh, and Red White decided to use a countdown, which unfortunately withdraws into. Oh, we see a Timaeus here. Okay, but the things about this is that in the early games you would want to draw cards like Dunya Jar, Liben, Timaeus, which he does have here, but you do not want to draw cards like Pro Princesses, Lion Song. Like, I mean, those cards are good, but they are good for the late game, not round 1.
Exactly. And we will see that ramp will not fully go the way we want it to. We spent some Libens here so we don't overdraw, but they're all only going to be catching 1 die. And yeah, we have a lot of cards, but as you said, those are the cards we want to be seeing later.
Yeah, exactly here. And okay, it is not a good opening for Red White, but he can improve. He draw the Dunia Zap, but that is a bit late. He did draw the courtyard.
Exactly. The courtyard does help us definitely get that gear going, get the setup going. And because our opponent will be sitting on Bennett, in most cases, we will be trying to get those swirls and get that Sayu damage immediately. Because even if you can't stop Bennett from bursting, you can chunk down the cube, you can set up some Hydro on it, and you can have some clean freezes later on.
Yeah, exactly. But now you do not have the fast swap. Bennett actually has one fast swap here. So what Bennett will do is that it's not Bennett, it's Tofu. Tofu will go for the second Bennett skills before they swap up to Seahorse. They go full ram and then they wait for the moments they got the Bennett talent, and then they fast swap, they go to Bennett they burst with talent, and boom! That is what you want it to be.
Exactly, but now 10 dice, no talent, is looking a little bit rough, and we gotta decide what we can and cannot do. Remember, in this deck, both of our characters start with 8 HP, so the difference between having and not having the talent is going to be really rough.
Decided to go for the NA here instead of the skill.
Exactly, accepting that our opponent might have the fast wall, but if not, we might see some swap stalling of our own, waiting for the talent to be unleashed, and in the meantime trying to maneuver a bit and make this work out for us.
Yeah, they decide to swap to Sayu.
Exactly,
Okay,
now it's the question of how you answer it, of course.
I think that he will just swap to Seahorses because Seahorses has shield, and I mean, if you compare Seahorse and Q, both are 8 HP characters. One has 2 shields and one does have nothing.
Yeah, exactly. And Seahorse has significantly less value when the Bennett burst does eventually come down, because the cube with its rock, paper, scissors does get 6 damage from each one of those, compared to Seahorse, who, the skill is nice, but it's not nearly on that level. So this is definitely your tank and the guy who is going to be taking the brunt of most face-on attacks.
Okay, exactly. And now the question is, what is Red White going to play? They has a lot of cards. They got the Gilded Dreams. They got Wolf Gravestone with Coffin with Ancient Courtyard. They got Mystic Soup. They also got Bow Princesses. There's just so many options here.
Yeah, and you're probably just gonna be going in, even without the swirls. I mean, you could sit down and just let the Libans take the dice, but it truly depends on how you want to go about it.
No, it is going to be a big overdraw if that happens.
Yeah, exactly, and you probably cannot get to afford that. We're just thinking of what exactly we want to tune and how we want to go about it. With 8 cards in hand, you can only draw 2, so yeah, you would have to spend a lot here.
Decided to...
A little bit of maneuvering. We see that our opponent wants, to get that Bennett talent, so we're now moving on to Chongyu, and we might set up the Frost Field early, and then the swirls and the freezes might just come down. Oh, we see Gilded? Okay, so we're going to see a Frost Field and probably Liben take the rest of the dice.
Exactly, and you still need to tune one card because it's going to cause overdraw here. You are having 7 cards right now, so you still need to tune 1 card here. It is going to be a hard choice. Wolf Gravestone is good, Gambler is good, the rest of the cards are good, so... Okay, decided to tune the Mystic Soup.
Okay, exactly, we don't need it, and we don't want to overdraw.
Oh, will Tofu draw the best talent here? We'll see. Oh, there's no Bennett's talent. But worry not, we have a Storm Terror. Storm Terror can draw Bennett's talent, but at the same time, it can also draw.
70% chance? Oh, but we get the other one.
No!
Oh, that's
No,
rough.
oh no, this is rough. This is so rough.
This is not where you want to be. We're still waiting for the talent, but our opponent is setting up everything. And now, if we want to dodge the swirls, we would have to go into Cube, who's also our main carry, who we really want to protect.
Okay, what do you do here? I mean, you can still go for the Bennett burst without talent, but it's just not the best case.
Yeah, so you gotta make a tough decision here of how you want to even try it and how you even want to proceed with this. And if you can get anything out of it, do you just cut your losses, accept Bennett Burst without it here, and just work it out? But even if you do, you have to spend a fast swap because Chongyun will just freeze you, and maybe that is what you take. Maybe you let yourself get frozen, then you swap back to Seahorse and you stall for one more round, hoping that on the following you can do that fast swap into Bennett Burst and just get the talent in the meantime.
Okay, Tofu still thinking. He's not getting Bennett's talent, so he's definitely going to think what is his next move. Oh?
They have resistance onto Cube. We might be seeing them head exactly there. Yep.
Oh, so what he wants to do here is that he just goes solo on Cube.
Yeah, we might just see an RPS come down in the meantime. But that will put autos on every single one of your characters. And yeah, if you go to Bennett and Sayu swirls you at that point, you're going to be double frozen for a round.
Exactly, though. I mean, Chongjun can equip Wolf Stone here too, not just Sayu.
Of course, of course. Now, yeah, the fact that he is out of the range for it just means we're probably not even going to see it. Yeah, but now Cube is at 6. We do see the RPS come down.
Oh,
And
this
now...
actually might not be a good play for Tofu because he is not playing around Wolf Stone.
Yeah, we might see Sayu just decide to put the Fear of God straight into this cube with a Boar Princess coming down. Yeah, now it's going to be a big commitment of everything.
Okay, oh
the
no,
Arcane, the Wolf's Gravestone.
coming.
Oh.
Oh no, he's not playing around it. He should have played Mystic Soup to heal cubes back to 8 HP.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough.
It's going to be rough. It's going to be very rough here. And the fact that Bennett is frozen, which means you can do overload on him.
Exactly, and look at the amount of cards. Oh, Mystic Soup coming down now, but your opponent has a way to block this board easily. Damage?
Damage bonus?
Thoughts?
Damage bonus onto seahorses. You fast swap to seahorse. You skill on seahorses, and Sayu you die. Oh,
that is true.
Oh, but seems like Tofu did not get it because they are taking quite the time to pick the effect.
Yeah, you would probably slam it down. Actually, is that it?
Is that the demi bonus or the dice?
It's hard to tell without being on Seahorse himself, but I would assume because they're not immediately doing it. Oh, wait. Wait. That might be actually what's going on here.
Oh, it's a dice.
It's the dice. No.
It's too bad. Okay. There's still hope. There's still hope. Because now Sayu do not want to stay here. They really don't want to stay. Don't want to stay here. Okay, I mean, it is still possible that you could stay, and you do maybe one more Sayu NA, and then you go to Chong, you skill on Chongyun, and then you finish Seahorses. It is also a play. Okay.
Yeah, let's see, let's see. You have a lot of options here. Sayu getting the artifact removed, Golden House lowering the cost of it. We might just see them go all in on it anyway. You do have the board princess. You will get those 2 dice back regardless. Yeah, the hit's coming down, and then we're sacrificing Sayu, and we're kind of hoping that Chongyun will be the one to take all of this down. Bennett gets their own board princess, and now, oh, they play it immediately.
Oh, immediately.
Gambler's value, Seahorse.
Gambler's value.
Coming down, taking them all out.
Okay, this might be a misplay for Red White because now Chongyun cannot finish Seahorses. Seahorses is at 4 HP.
Exactly, the shield is just a little bit too much. We could have played the Seahorse talent, realistically, but the Seahorse talent also resets his shield anyway, so this is totally A-okay. We can just see what to do.
Okay, but what I said earlier that Red White could go for a Sayu NA. Sayu NA would actually make Chongyun able to knock down Seahorse here.
Yep. And Seahorse here, having 6 dice, by the way, because of the Woven in hand, might actually just be able to do a big chunk of damage to the rest of the units. And this Bennett was a facade, it was a ruse. It was indeed a scam. We have not done much on him.
We indeed have not done much on him. He's frozen with 2 energies.
Okay, yeah, and it doesn't seem like the rest of his team cares at all. They're just doing their own thing.
Oh, is it it? Is it it? Wait. Oh my god, he may not have enough dice here unless he plays the Mystic Soup and get the dice reduction.
Exactly, you can get 2 more dice out of your board.
Oh, this is tough. This is tough. It's all down to gamblings now. You gamblers that you could get the dice reduction on Mystic Soup. You play Boar Princess. You play the artifacts. You play gamblers. That may be the play. That may be the only play here.
You might just go for the safe play of playing the board and the 2 artifacts and just calling it a day, getting the Seahorse out. Because then your opponent cannot really kill immediately, but your opponent will still go to Bennett and then take out the burst, so you will lose in most cases regardless. Although, let's say you do just play both of the artifacts here and you get to kill Seahorse. When they Bennett burst the following round, you can freeze both units, no? You might be fine.
Okay. But the thing is that this list has 2 fast swaps, so if Tofu is able to draw the second fast swap, then... Oh, is he going for it? Is he going for the soup gamblers? Oh, he's not going for it. He's going for the safer play.
Yeah, 2 action, or like 1 action here coming down, taking out. And because your Bennett is frozen, you don't actually have a way to respond to this Chongyun now, do you?
Yeah, exactly. And now you can't even go to Cube because Cube is 1 die short.
Oh wait! Oh no, you get 1 die off of the... Yeah, you get 1 dice off of the board princess.
But
your Storm Terror has already procced, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So now it is stopped. Cube NA only does 1 damage, and Cube skills require 5 dice.
Yeah, we're just gonna float 3 here. It's a rough spot to be, but it's exactly what we need. Now Bennett Burst will heal us up.
Fast swap! Oh, this may actually be enough.
Is it enough without the Bennett talent though? The Bennett talent will not boost the cube's attack without it. It might actually come down to that, no? I'm trying to see the lines here. Oh, you can fast swap. No. If you fast swap RPS, you do take out Trong, but then you lose to Mirror Maiden. And then Bennett cannot take her out before she freezes him.
Okay. But let's just see.
Yeah, the burst here, the swap onto Mirror Maiden. We will get hit here. And now, yeah, we're at 6, but without the talent, the cube doesn't do the extra damage. We might be able to survive the onslaught coming from Mirror Maiden. I'm not 100% sure on this. This will do 4 damage and freeze Bennett, putting him down to 2. And then the burst does 5, so even if you Lotus, she can kill him, and she has Gamblers.
Okay, if Red White does not play the Mystic Soup here and Tofu draws the damage bonus one, then he can just fast swap and do cube. And and that's enough.
Yeah, so yeah, the whole idea is we do want the Mystic Soup to give us the Fury buff, giving us +2. If that does happen, it's always winning, but if not, it might just be over for this Bennett indeed.
Indeed, but now it's down to Mystic Soup. Mystic Soup for both players. Are they able to get what they want? Are they?
We shall see. They're thinking about it. There's a lot of options here as to what you want, but it's probably a defensive tool. Oh, we go for reduced dice instead. Wait.
Okay, now it is time for the other players to gamblers. To gamblers.
Exactly. You gamble with Soup here, and you kind of need to hit.
Damage one? Oh, it's the damage one!
Oh, they clicked it so fast.
It's a damage one! Oh, yes!
Oh, my God.
Oh, no! It's just enough! And it's GG!
Oh, damn! Bennett takes it home! Whoa, the cooking!
Oh, yeah, you know the expression when they click something so fast, you know that they got the things they want.
Yeah, exactly. They're not even thinking about it. Oh my God.
Oh my God. And that is now Tofu wins the set 3-1. Congratulations to them and their cooking. And unfortunately for Red White, they will be eliminated because this is a losing bracket.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, we get to see them go home, but of course, remember, not without some goodies of their own. Yet the tournament continues. The players keep moving forward, and Papaya Tofu is ready to go into their next round on one of the following days. We will hopefully see some more, honestly, absolutely beautiful cooking. I love some of the decks they brought today, and I hope they do keep innovating and adding some new and interesting stuff to this tournament.
Exactly, and I am actually very glad that they actually get what they wanted with Soup, because Soup is actually a very gambling food. You can get what you want, you can get what you don't want. It is so, like, you know, and then the moment you get it, oh my God, I get it, I click it so fast, boom, 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 done. Yeah,
it's so powerful, but yet it's so RNG that you might just not be sure what you want to do and how you want to do it. So yeah, this is great played by all players, and we are going to be moving a bit and seeing what we are moving towards. Do not go away though, because Loom 1000 and Inzaghi are going to be with us right after the break, and of course many people are ready to see Inzaghi go, but their opponent is not to be underestimated, and we're going to see what they have brought to the table.
Yeah, exactly, and stay tuned everyone, because the next match is who you were waiting for your whole life. It's your boy Inzaghi.
Yay! Many people are excited to see him, but we are also ready to see his opponents as well, because they're not going to be pushovers by any means. In the meantime though, we do have to take a little bit of a break, get everyone ready and prepared, including the staff and everyone. So I hope that you can go grab some popcorn, grab some nice snacks, and be ready to watch ya boy, the fan favorite, against Loom 1000, my personal favorite, because someone needs to root for everyone. So let's see what will happen and what will come down. And do not get away for a second. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back.
Good morning. Don't be fooled. I'm not a morning person, but I have to get to the clinic to feed the critters or they'll start making a real racket. All set for your next trip? You know where you're going. Feeling okay? Got everything you need? Ooh, actually, wait. There's just one last thing I want to check first.
No way, bro!
Here's to a safe journey.
Hit me up, bro!
Let's go.
Oh dear! Oh dear!
Come on, buddy. Easy now, Kakuku.
Hold tight, bro!
There's always going to be those moments where you have to say goodbye, but nothing's ever made me regret my choice. Animals are a lot like kids. They're the future, and I'll always protect them. I'm a medic, not a warrior. I leave my guns holstered unless I absolutely need them. Come here, you little rascal! If you ever need a hand with anything, don't be shy. Hit me up anytime.
Hit me up, bro!
Nodcry, an ever-changing landscape of ruin, a marvel corroded by time. In the forest, where the nights were once undisturbed save for a few rays of moonlight, the wild hunt's shadow grows. There are those who bear the name of Frost Moon, living where the silver light shines. Others carry the torch, fending off the darkness and cold with their blades. I hear that the snow and fae still yearn for the frosts of old, while the Fatui look to the stars above, trying in vain to seize the false firmament. Then there are the nights, draped in the west wind, nearing the end of a long and arduous mission. My friends, of course, shan't be outdone. They will no doubt bring a magical charm to this edge of the world. And just as the stone craves the sculptor's hand, so does fate await your gaze. Pour me another cup of tea, if you'd be so kind. The story is about to begin.
When you create a new dish, all the ingredients have to work in harmony, like cogs in a machine. Oh, here's a better analogy. It's like composing a symphony from musical notes.
Sweet and sour with a refreshing aftertaste. But then...
Symphony.
まさに滅びの災いと呼ぶにふさわしいわ。終わりなき苦痛と消えることのない呪い。
だからよそ者なんて信用するなって言ったんじゃないか。
そして救世主の誕生。運命の食器はついに役目を果たしたの。
アビス教団の名は知ってたが、これほど大規模で広範囲な動きを見せるのは初めてだ。まるでナタ相手に戦争を仕掛けようとしてるような。
宇宙船スリープポット？まさかお前がテイラントに来た時に乗ってた宇宙船のことか？
この数ヶ月の間で42の星が消えた。何者かがずうずうしくもこの世界から吸い取っているのだ。
災いはいつか必ず訪れる。みんなもそう言ってるわ。彼女の存在を無視し続けたら、いつか本当に彼女の声が聞こえなくなってしまうからね。
すぐそこにいるじゃない。
お前の魂は欠けていて、傷口にはアビスに侵食された跡が見られる。アビスの力の使い方を学ぶつもりもないのなら、私が代わりに調べるしかない。無に帰せ。この手に烈空、星々よ静かに眠れ。
はじめまして、私はダリア。セピロス教会の女祭で風神バルバトスの伝道師です。面白くなってきた。風神様のお告げです。
私の夜はここで終わる。だがお前の旅はまだまだ続く。
お前は私の師匠極悪鬼スルトロッチを知っているのだろう。
戦線は総崩れだ。
真っ向の剣ダインスレイブ。これがお前の望んだことか。
お兄ちゃんはいつも運命を変えようとしてる。でも今回は何としても止めてみせる。
よくやったスカーク。今回も生き残れたか。
今もなお運命の食器は動いているのか。
なぜお前が鈍性のクジラの権能を持っている。
スルトロッチ。
経緯などとうの昔に消え去った。貴様の傲慢さと邪悪さに気づいた時にな。
500年前にお兄ちゃんと再会する機会を逃すわけにはいかないから。
いずれ本物の宇宙に帰るだろう。
旅の終点で2人の新たな始まりが待ってる。
当群星低语，当夜幕垂落，命运的轮盘已悄然转动。八面灵头折射智慧锋芒，牌中事件在掌心翻动。盾与矛在星河下碰撞，元素交织成战略的罗网。这里没有注定的败者， 唯有将星辰轨迹铭刻于卡背的译者。准备好掷出命运的骰子了吗？
本当にいいの？このまま始めて。いいの。これぞリアリティよ。どこのポートで取ってきたポータ風トリップ？発酵ジュースの海？全国の発酵ジュースに謝りなさい。
発酵ジュースごめんなさい。
ちょっとヒルチャールの盾よりも硬いじゃない。またフライヤーをほったらかしにしてたわね。あなたは一体何様なの？
俺は鳥頭のフライドフィッシュです。
サバナ、なぜこんな生地に？フリュイロータス入りだなんて花と実が大雨に降られたみたい。失敗しすぎて丸ごとそう使い切ってしまって、それしかなかったの。まあまるっきりダメってわけじゃないわ。水分が多いから他のお花や果実の香りが薄れちゃうのよ。かといって乾かすと食感が台無しになる。だから遠心機で旨味を抽出して生成すれば。新鮮でまるで雨上がりの虹のよう。草や湖が見えるみたい。フリュイロータスの風味が完全に溶け合ってて最高。早くレシピを完成させなきゃ。今日の授業はここまで。やっと。明日はこのデザートを再現してみましょう。たったの43工程。簡単よね。どう？フォンテーヌグルメ編のイントロとしては悪くないでしょ？
リアリティは置いといて確かに印象深いわね。ただエスコフィエさんが主演なのはいいけど、途中までが少し強烈すぎるんじゃない？いくら盛り上げるためとはいえ。こんなの普段の半分の半分もいかないわよ。
誰か悪口でも言った？ウィンドブルーム祭の本番がもうすぐ始まるぞ。早く見に行こうぜ。
どう？よかったでしょ？
旅人いらっしゃい。シバルマラン AA ランドファミリーに加わる準備はできた？グルメ系永遠に出てくるみたいな超豪華なご飯も欲しいぜ。
両選手準備ができたようですね。それではホテルドゥボール特別料理対決開始。
Hello everybody, and welcome back from the longer halftime, but I'm super excited to be back because we are here back with the AstraNox International Invitational. I, of course, am joined by my wonderful co-caster, Fufu.
Hello. Hope you didn't miss me. Hope the break wasn't too long.
Indeed. Yep. Minty will return. Minty just needs a minute to take a ride on Dvalin, as Venti does, over to the bus stop. So we'll be seeing him again, so just give him a second. But we have a super duper exciting match on our hands, of course, because being, the NA side of things, and just in general, hyping up the players who truly are more than meets the eye in Zagi versus Loom1000. This is going to be a very intense match. But before I get started with that, we are, of course, going to talk about our sponsor here, ShiningSoul. So, for those who don't know, AstraNox Invitational is exclusively sponsored by ShiningSoul. We'd like to let all travelers know and duelists know that the second set of Genius Invocation TCG cards is officially on sale. Collect the Genius Invocation TCG cards, gather your friends, and let the duels begin. You can purchase these brand new in-store cards at the official Genshin Impact store or ShiningSoul official store on Taobao. The AstraNox Invitational is exclusively sponsored by ShiningSoul. So with that out of the way, of course, we're going to get into just some general stuff in case any of you had not a chance to watch previous VODs or what we've been doing earlier today. But in general, this is the introduction to the event. So basically, we have had 3 total weeks of tournaments and 2 that have already passed and one that we're doing right now, which is the elimination stage. And that being that we had 16 players over in the pre-regional qualifiers, and then over in the Fonta regional qualifiers, we had 48 players, and from there, it has been whittled down to 12, which is today's elimination stage. So players, have been fighting it out. We have already, unfortunately, lost some, and today we have the potential to lose even more because this Loom 1000 versus Inzaghi is a loser's bracket run. So that means whoever loses today is going to be officially out of the tournament, unfortunately. And the difference between the 2 stages is that the original one has the best of 3, and flipping over to what we're doing today, which is going to be the best of 5 elimination stage rules. So if I go ahead and pull that up right now, so once again, a recap for anyone who hasn't been able to tune in to the tournaments, but it is going to be 4 decks with completely unique characters, just like best of 3. However, there is going to be the factor of a ban. Now, when factoring in a ban, this is super duper important because not only do you have to now consider that you can win on every single one of the decks that you bring, but also that you may not be able to crush on your comfort pick, and especially when people are considering things like cross matchups and etc., things that can possibly screw you over when you're having to play through all your decks. This is something that you do need to consider. So that is kind of all the stuff out of the way, and of course we have all of the wonderful prizes. And at this stage of the tournament, I believe we're actually way past 9th and 12th. I really only need to check out what is happening over on the 5th through 6th stage, if I'm not mistaken. So 480 yuan, 640 yuan for 4th place, 3rd place 960 yuan, 2nd place 1280 yuan, and 1st place for 3200 yuan. So that is a pretty nice prize pool, of course, that we've always mentioned before, that the prizes are also going to have the ShiningSoul Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG cards. So that is super duper hype. What is it? Of course, it's based on where you place, so you won't get everything you see on screen, but if you place first, then you will actually get most of the stuff, and then it kind of descends in order. But that is a super awesome prize, thanks to our sponsor. And with that out of the way, I think we're gonna go ahead and hop in to the match really quick before we check out our players and stuff. I just want to take a look at the bracket so you can see both of those players are sitting at the losers bracket round 2 or top 4 in the English version. What is it? Just to kind of differentiate, what we call things. But, like we said, whoever loses is going out of the tournament. And, so this is a very charged matchup for a lot of people because this is where all that is happening. So now that I'm done with the bracket, we are going to go ahead and hop in, to reading the player cards. Now, I personally want to hype up Inzaghi. So I am actually going to go ahead and throw in Inzaghi, and after that, I think Fufu will take the rest of it from here. But Inzaghi, oh my goodness, low-key doesn't really need any introduction, but of course, we do gotta talk about it. The combo master himself, OTK lover, Prince Cup Pacific champion, Prince Cup Southeast Asia champion, first place finishes in CTG 3 times, and it is 4 a.m. gameplay because yes, Inzaghi does actually have to play at a pretty late time zone, in order to, meet in this tournament, but he's still able to maintain that top 12 place and keeps fighting through some of the strongest players we have in the CN. They consider themselves the protagonists, trust their instincts, and like I said already, the OTK lover, and that classic Yoimiya Child Bennett list, that people are super duper familiar with. But let's not count out their opponent, who is going to be Loom 1000. Take it away, Fufu.
I'm noticing a lot of people wanting Inzaghi to win, but my boy Loom 1000 will not be taken out that easily. This person is not to be messed with. They are top 40 in the Fonta Cup, and of course the champion for the Mars Cup in both version 5.1 and 4.3. Loving the double dragon deck, and they are not ready to be taken out that easily because they also trust their instincts. They take it steady and easy and simple, and they will not be taken out by something as simple as the amount of fans Inzaghi is bringing to this tournament, because they themselves are a CJR fan, and they do understand that this tournament is their time to shine. They're gonna show everybody why they are where they are, and they will show everyone that they can do as well as anybody else. So, with that being said, we can slowly move forward and see what they have in store for us.
Yep, absolutely. CJR fans. CJR, of course, is one of the organizers and also top, Astra Carnival participant. But the players actually have already locked in their bands and whatnot and selection. So let's go ahead and see it. First on the docket, going down for Loom 1000, it's Zhongli out of here. And likewise, or actually, I lied, likewise, maybe related in the Geo category, right? But Inzaghi is losing the Kachina. But you know what? I think that's okay. He actually says that he doesn't like this deck.
That is so interesting. So Inzaghi leaving Kachina, maybe he believes that the deck is not as powerful as some people believe it to be. Maybe he believes that his matchups into it are just good. Or maybe, because so many people are playing it, he is the most familiar with that matchup and he finds it the easiest one to lab out all the lines and get everything going, because there's only so many things he can do. But let's see what he's got, because that's exactly what his opponent is bringing to the table.
Yeah, historically we've seen Kachinavia have a really hard time, or actually completely demolish Zhongli, and we're going to flip through the decks really quick because the players are actually already gearing up to start, so we're just going to take a quick flip through. But it's really interesting, right? They sort of banned and selected each other's picks, so they're trying to favor that bad matchup with a 50-50.
Exactly, but we did just watch in the last match how close it got and how much Zhongli can do. And this version does actually run Herald, which is a bit more aggressive than the Kokomi we saw last time. Unfortunately, if your dice are bad here, no Inazuma Resonance will save you, but we do see some interesting picks here as opposed to the Children of the Springs along with the Seed Box ready to go.
Absolutely, and we can discuss that more as we hop into the game, because like I said, the players are here to go lightning mode. They are super locked in. Not only does Inzaghi know, how much pressure is on the line with how many people, are interested in him winning, but of course also on Loom 1000 side, you are facing literally one of the international protagonists of the TCG scene. You gotta lock in and you gotta be ready to take down this tough opponent.
I don't believe that Intimidation will take down Loom 1000 as they're ready. They're considering their plays and they have their Kachina on lockdown ready to go. So let's see if they can do it in this usually considered favorable matchup for her. But we will see how Herald does and does not change that.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen, so we've gotten to see Inzaghi play Herald Chiori at least once. I think it went kind of just okay for them. I think they were a little unlucky. But specifically, this matchup really has me worried, right? The last 2 days that we were casting, specifically you, right, Fufu, because you've been here for both of them. We just saw, Zhongli style decks where, they're slow, they have a big tank, and then Kachina just has the Geo Drill to absolutely pierce the heavens. And they got clobbered. I can't even lie. They got destroyed.
Exactly. The thing about it is that Kachina is very consistent at what she does, and she will do it basically every round and every game, no matter what. Well, Zhongli can really depend on his dice and what he gets out of these talents. We see that they will only be able to fetch one talent, so the question is, will you hit the Zhongli talent or will you not? Your dice are looking nice though, so there's always consolidation in that.
Absolutely. Whoa, double GT off rip and a Zhongli talent off the draw. That's pretty huge, no?
Yeah, securing to get both of them, and now you can just play the other one, get the Chiori talent when need be, and just play this Zhongli 5-cost and just call it a day right then and there.
Absolutely. That's it, yeah. Doing a pretty standard Kachina setup, although how far are they going to take this? Because I understand, how Kachina works. However, I'm never really the type to calc my line super well. Quickly flipping back over to Inzaghi. Double quickly artifact. Also grabs the talent card. That's actually pretty good, that they're getting this D-cost because they don't have Storm Terrors out yet, no. So they're actually going to be doing what Chiori previously costed, which is only 3 on the talent card.
Exactly. So, yeah, now they're going to have to pay that extra dice. But we will see Kachina count their breakpoints here. Yeah, playing the Arcane immediately, so we're probably going to see a hit into a swap, getting some of that extra 3 damage going down and putting Zhongli down to 6, which is exactly where you want him to be. So I don't think we're going to see anything too exciting here, just a normal swap, and we're moving on. Of course, getting another setup. Okay.
Yeah,
I like
absolutely. That. Yeah, not only the Covenant of the Rock, but also the overflowing Phlogiston or Abundant Phlogiston coming in to make sure that Kachina can maintain not only her Night Soul's Blessing, but also the dice. However, I believe it's only Puffs that can generate one more in this situation, or not even really.
So wouldn't the Saurian crackers actually take it down to 0 cost on
Oh
the
wait, yeah, sorry and crackers, you're right.
thing?
I got mixed up for Puff Pops.
Yeah, so we could have done that and then swapped off as well, but I guess we're not gonna go that hard because one Zhongli, I have been proven wrong. We swapped off anyway. I stand corrected.
You know,
My
this does,
apologies.
I guess it kind of makes sense, right? You know, they're just trying to crystallize. And actually, I didn't realize how critical Linny was right now. You know, despite having that healing factor, he is pretty low, and I really don't think he may be surviving the next turns. Although, I think ultimately Loom 1000 is taking, you know, the best play that they can, because Zhongli, despite having talent, is below 4 HP and no healing in sight on Inzagi's side.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can definitely find certain cards that will get him pushed right back up, but this Linny, while looking critical, he is probably fine because your opponent is the Zhongli deck, which means they will probably go to Chiori, get their setup going. By the time they do that, you can definitely get Linny out just a little bit more, and he really doesn't need to do much past that point because Kachina will just get those crystallizes set up for your Navia, and Linny has basically done his job at that point. You've gained a decent chunk of value. If he can take the end summon, the end turn summons as well, that is literally everything you could ever ask of him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really funny that Linny can not only be this strong, you know, sort of damage per second character, but also someone who can be very much a setup just thanks to that summon. Summons, you know, I think, you know, low key he kind of started a trend and then he missed it too late, right? He was the strongest pyro character who also happened to have a summon, and then we got all this kind of summon support, and now we see the summon demon on the side of Inzagi, you know, being able to enact a Rain of Stone. Not yet because he has no healing, but you know, I think Linny may have missed that, and now he's become a set of character, unfortunately.
I mean, Linny will be a character that will always be popping in and out because they just gave him everything. They gave him a lot of damage on, like, immediately up front. They gave him the ability to be Pyro, which is, you know, usually good. And they gave him the summon, which makes him a setup character. So almost every deck we have seen Linny in, it will utilize 2 roles, sometimes only 1, but even in that 1 role, he is better than the Lecter, the Pyro Lecter, who could have been played, but you just have Linny existing, so you don't really need that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, funnily enough, I actually think that Inzagi's lines really don't change that much because despite, you know, I think it may have been, what is it? Not really a TCG term, right? But a sort of intentional sandbag, what is it, with Zhongli, you know, make them feel confident that Zhongli is super low, because as soon as Chiori drops her 2 summons with the talent card, can't you just heal up with Hot Springs of Clock that's currently sitting in Inzagi's hand?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was talking about. Getting certain cards in this deck makes your Zhongli go back up. And while it is definitely worth for Loom 1000 to get that Kachina damage onto him, it doesn't mean Inzagi can deal with it and just get it all back, but realistically, Zhongli never deviates too much from its intended path, and we're just seeing that come down right now.
Yep. Inzagi sees that he no longer needs, what is that? I believe that's the, it's the 3 cost that lets you swap and also draws you cards, but is that Pop Pops? It's something else, right?
No, which one? What?
It's the one, the 3 cost food, the 3 black. What is it for?
Sing Your Heart Out.
Sing Your Heart Out. That's what it is. Man, these foods have such crazy names. I know exactly what they do, but I'm terrible with their names.
Yeah, the names are pretty rough. But yeah, this is the draw 3, get 2 free swaps. So basically, it's an early Sealy at the cost of all your characters being satiated.
Yep, absolutely. But yeah, we tossed it into the garbage can. Now we have 2 summons, and now Loom 1000s, the ball's in their court. They're actually going to use this Sing Their Heart Out. What are we drawing? That's okay, I guess. I'm not sure if I like that.
Some bullets, a second gambler is not exactly what you want to be, but you can definitely Kachina skill here into technique, into swap off because of Sing Your Heart Out. And that is actually quite the combo itself anyway. Inzagi with only 1 dice left. Yeah, healing the Zhongli up, definitely, and just getting all of that value right back up.
Absolutely. Yeah, Inzagi used their last previous turn to draw and heal. And I'm actually going to go ahead and check in because this is the card that we wanted to review during the analysis. But we have that location that you point out, People of the Springs. Do you want to take that away, or do you have the dictionary definition available right now?
I do not have it, so if you do, feel free to go let everyone know I'm down.
Yep, absolutely. So People of the Springs, a 2 white cost card. When your summons enter play, its usages +1. So basically, if you click the summon button, they're actually going to have more than, you know, its standard usage. And now we see, you know, not it being necessarily in play, but the Rain of Stone in action. Navia on 4 HP. Not great.
Yeah, exactly. Splitting damage between Navi and Linny, keeping as many of your units alive for as long as possible, because your opponent's deck is so reliant on summons, getting that extra ability to decide end phase where you do and don't want to go is quite nice, and definitely threatening this Chiori a little bit. Now, if they do swap to Herald, you might be able to flip it immediately just because of the amount of bullets you have ready.
Absolutely. Yeah, you know, I find it really interesting that the People of the Springs is actually available for Inzaghi, because I think the idea, right, is that they have recognized that people, you know, even, you know, outside of, like, you know, Kachina, right, you know, which, you know, people are debating right now in the chat if it is a favorite match. I mean, in my opinion, I feel like it's favored, but I could be wrong, right? I'm not necessarily experienced. The players do know better. What is it? But I feel like Inzaghi has recognized the fact that in this deck, people are just going to target and slam you so fast that now that we have this card, you know, supposing we use it, you know, Chiori will be able to just make an army that has so much time on it that we'll never be able to stop it before it's too late.
Yeah, it does come down to, is it favorable, is it not favorable? The reasoning comes down the same as before. A bullet drawing another bullet, of course. Kachina is hyper consistent while Zhongli gets those high highs and low lows. So the matchup can look weird whichever way you spin it, but definitely if you have to pick one for a tournament, you might just go with Kachina just because, you know, if your opponent low rolls, you might just be fine, but if they do high roll, it might be rough. Now we've seen the bullets come down with the gamblers, so we feel no damage, and this Herald might get flipped immediately.
Yeah, super unfortunate. While we were discussing about the People of the Springs, Chiori just ended up dying to raw bullets, which is really unfortunate, just the fact that she was on a low HP deficit, no crystallized, no shield, no nothing. Herald actually is taking the role I really didn't expect in this kind of deck. Not necessarily, it's probably because I'm too used to Herald always going first, right, in our old decks, but he's coming in super late, and, you know, Trish trying to get the value upper prepare skill and a little bit of that hydro and crystallized damage. But outside of that, I think, like you said, this Herald's gonna die quick.
Yeah, exactly. So Herald, yeah, not needing to go for the setup. The prepare skill giving you 2 hydros was always worth so much, but then post the nerf, it became less valuable, and certain decks still ran him first, but people forget that he is just nice when he flips around and goes to his second form. So we might just see that happen here, and that gives him so much tankiness, but Navia's gonna flip him, and if you do keep him, even if you do get a lot of value, they get Gambler's value, and then what do you do?
Yeah, honestly, like, this is already looking really low. I will say, I think Inzaghi definitely played the best, really nice, you know, counter line to bring the Rain of Stone back online, despite what Kachina intends. But I think Loom 1000 literally played, you know, counter to the entire ordeal, and actually baited out the Zhongli, knew they were going to do that. Kachina's done basically nothing outside of doing that, and now Navia is taking the brunt and holding just enough extra HP with a, right now, I believe, 4+4, yeah, 8 effective, and just demolishing this Herald.
Yeah, we have seen Kachina go for bursts in these matchups and try to get these big swinging rounds, but Loom 1000 just says, yeah, I mean, this is fine. I have set up so many bullets, and you've let me set up so many reactions that at this point, I am just going to go for this Navia, and even though I don't run it, your Zhongli is going to have quite the follow-up on the next turn just because of this end phase summons, but it might just not be enough, so let's see how this plays out. This Mystic Soup might be really relevant to the rest of the game.
Absolutely. Either Inzaghi is thinking super duper hard about his decision, or, you know, did not draw what they want, as we commonly see with players, because, you know, I think number one, they would want Fury, right? Because they already have that decosted skill. What is it? So if anything, that would be significantly less value, but maybe damage reduction? What do we get? Is that a decost? What do we get? What is that? What, plus
that
1
seems
bonus?
like extra. No, that seems like extra damage.
Oh, okay. Nice. Think cold and calculate. Yup, rips the shield off you. Oh, the KO! What a snipe!
The follow-up attack taking her out. Now, Linny can take the revenge kill here. He does have a Gamblers for it, but not enough dice to do both, so that is quite the shame. And then Kachina's gonna have a lot of damage coming onto her, and with no ability to swap, with only 1 unit left, how do you even deal with that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I imagine the line that you're thinking about, the linear revenge kill, is it skill, or was it bullet drop with Gamblers?
No, you cannot bullet drop, you cannot do enough damage,
Yeah,
but
no,
this
exactly.
is exact lethal. So he will heal up, he will probably be able to take two, maybe. He can probably take all $3, but we do see a very interesting I haven't lost yet in Injagi's hand, and if Zhongli is able to petrify whoever he's dueling, that fight might as well be over.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, as much as I've been harping on kind of both sides, you know, with a really difficult setup plan, counters to counters, surprisingly enough, like you just said, I actually think this is a little more even because Zhongli was early healed, was able to get much value out of Rain of Stone. I'm pretty sure Linny's dead in the first two dolls because we have a doll booster, and then we also have, you know, Zhongli's talent active in this situation.
Exactly, but also in most cases, Zhongli will do an attack here because Kachina cannot do a singular action that takes him completely out of the question, but getting that extra energy for the Petrify is going to be very worth it. He can do 2 actions here, which is even scarier. So we're about to see what that comes down to.
Yeah, and I think you're right with the whole 2 action situation. You know, it's too bad we don't get to see People of the Springs. I would have loved it. Super hype. What is it? But Zhongli is probably just gonna... He has the opportunity to 5-cost skill. Super unnecessary. What is it? Maybe a 3-cost skill or just a double normal attack. Or just normal attack, right? Something like that.
Yeah, I mean, now that you've spent your Woven, you're doing 2 actions or a 5-cost. But if you were going to do a 5-cost, you could have just played I Haven't Lost Yet and kept the Woven in hand. Although, realistically, not very relevant to come up, but it could, because on the following round then you can burst and do 2 actions, as opposed to here when you're going to be missing it. Yeah, we play everything, and I assume that's 2 actions coming down. I believe it might be that we want to do a skill as well, which is why we're doing it the way we're doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're also, what is it? Because it's been a minute since I've gotten to properly see Seed Box in the meta, but Seed Box should also, in theory, decost the People of the Springs, no?
Yeah, so at any point we could have played the 2 Seed Boxes and the People of the Springs, but instead we decided to tune it, which is unfortunate, but yeah, there it goes. And now it might actually be a 5-cost indeed, yeah.
Oh, that makes total sense, though. Yeah, that's really good.
I mean, it works out totally fine. The only problem is you are losing out on that one Woven that you could have had, but we might see Surfing Buddies come here, take out Linny early, and then that might just be it.
Yeah, what is it? Because if we do a little bit of damage calculation right here, I believe it's instant KO off 1 doll, and then what is it? Which one's the booster? It should be the one with 1 value left, right? Or is it eyes to the side tomato? Yeah.
It's the eyes closed. That is the extra damage, and you can see that that's not the original one. Are we going to see the buddies come down, or are we going to keep it for later? If buddies does hit the damage booster, that's a little bit unfortunate, but I'm pretty sure Zhongli has this one in the bag.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting yourself to an isolation 1v1 with Zhongli is pretty much doomed. I think Inzaghi doesn't want to gamble because he needs to make sure his dice are pretty much perfect coming into the next round. So every tuning fodder available is necessary. What is it? Let's see if our protagonist high rolled another Surfing Buddy, another Mystic Soup. Here we go.
Exactly. Well, it might not be relevant here because all you need is these 3 cards tuned for a single meatball coming down and stopping this Kachina dead in her tracks.
Absolutely.
So many cards, so much to do, but yet Kachina's first action does nothing, and you are most likely not going to find 8 bullets in the meantime.
Yep. I think Loom 1000 is going to do their best to desperately fight out of the situation that they're in, because I do believe, let's see what we have here. Not only do we have a Mystic Suit, but we also have 3 bullets in hand, so I believe, what is it? It probably wouldn't kill right, but the most optimal play is to go for Mystic Soup Fury if you want to, you know, be willing to gamble it. Or actually, Kachina doesn't really have any attack active right now, so it's kind of meh, huh?
So the issue is, if you do get that, you will put down Zhongli to 6 HP. Let's say you get Fury, you do a normal attack, that will do 4 damage, putting him down to 6. You need 6 bullets, but you've already spent 4 dice. You're gonna be left with 4. You do not only need to top deck 3 bullets, you also need to find 2 extra dice, and there is no real way to do that from this spot. So the game is, in most cases, probably over, but let's see exactly how it plays out.
Yeah, let's see the Masters cook, because I also considered a line with Kachina's talent, although I'm not mistaken, Kachina talent only works if she's actually in her Night Soul's Blessing state and drill equipped. Of course, I could be wrong in that aspect, but we go for 1 bullet. What do we get? Ooh, Boar Princess, that's okay. And another one. Let's see.
That's workable, but we need some insane draws, and the second Kachina talent is definitely not it. We would have needed Boar and ways to proc it, not 2 boars. 2 boars do not do much for us, and we can do 4 damage here, but Zhongli lives on 3, and we are in action. short of killing as we get petrified, and the game is about to go.
Wow, they unironically rolled Fury too. That's so sad. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah.
Just a bullet short.
You needed Fury, but you needed a lot of extra stuff with it.
Yeah,
and then
absolutely.
we're just going to be shooting for a little bit, some practice range, and that is right into Zhongli's area of doing 6 damage with his burst.
Yep, big meatball coming down, takes down Kachina. What is it? Really unexpected, turnaround because, again, the matchup statistics may not show it, but, in the grand scheme of things, but in specifically this tournament, Kachina has demolished Zhongli every time, but Inzaghi proves, they can absolutely just fight back with their own combination of skills and stuff. But not to count out Loom 1000, I think they played that to the best of their ability now.
That was quite nice. It depends. It is quite a deviated line from what you've seen a lot of people do, which is this big Kachina burst doing a lot of damage, and that keeps going. But instead, we decided to play a bit more of a safe line by having Navia take out Chiori, so we don't have to deal with the Chiori burst coming in and nothing like that, which, at the time might have worked, or maybe in hindsight, the idea is doing that always makes you too slow to take out your opponent's Zhongli.
Yeah, absolutely. So the players have already locked in their decks, so we will have a little bit more time to discuss since they're locking in super duper fast, but just to be aware that they do exist and the players may jump into a match abruptly. But regardless, next matchup, Azaha Cube Bennett versus Buki Venti Hu Tao. Oh boy, what do you think of this matchup?
So this matchup, in theory, should, when you first look at it, go to Bennett, because every deck that tries to set up this low mid-range type of thing and then get their weapons value and stuff like that just loses to Bennett because Bennett is so much stronger. But in this particular case, we have seen players in this tournament kind of maneuver their way around overloading the cube and not letting it get that absolutely massive RPS coming down. So it's actually, I would say slightly Bennett favored, but not to the point where it's unwinnable by any means. It does truly just come down to the Hu Tao player's ability to deal with the threats that are coming in.
Yep. It's actually interesting to see the evolution of Bennett over time. What is it? Because not only do we get to see Inzaghi play Bennett very commonly, of course he's not the one playing it this time, but is that, I feel like back then Bennett really did punish the setups that you kind of mentioned, right? Because Hu Tao is that sort of mid-range deck shenanigans. But I think, like you said in this matchup, there's a possibility, Inzaghi is able to dodge out. But anyway, here is the deck for Loom 1000. I flipped to this one first because it's actually, I think it's the least varied, right? Not that that's a bad thing, but we aren't seeing too many curveballs in what we usually see inside these decks.
We're seeing a bit of a way to either spend dice or lower the cost of stuff. You can see the seed box there that you usually don't, a singular countdown and a singular board trying to do their usual stuff, and a lot of the players are not running Gilded, which you also see reflected in here, but outside of that, very standard stuff.
Yep, absolutely. If we flip over to Inzaghi's side, I actually would argue this is also pretty standard. We have the emblem of Severed Fate, aka Forbidden Adeptus, the new adaptation of, for my viewing pleasure, the new adaptation of the Zero Cost Maiden Beloved, and then also Zhudong to eat all that food.
Yeah, the moment Maidens came out, it was very obvious that this card is absolutely insane for any deck that can do a lot of healing, especially a lot of small heals, which this deck does a lot. And then Zhudong got slowly popular, I believe actually over nearly the start of this tournament or during this tournament, and then it just slowly started getting up and up. And yeah, this deck runs a lot of 2 costs that you definitely want to lower the cost of, but Inzaghi is actually running a decent chunk of 1-cost foods as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the great thing about Zhudong is not only, I believe it's just any food regardless can be decosted, even the 1-cost. And I think in this meta where we've gotten so much more utility style food instead of healing food, of course Mystic Soup can heal you, but it can also do dozens of other things. And then of course the existence of the Stinger Heart Out and then Adeptus and Macarons. You have a lot of stuff that you want to, eat. So Zhudong's going to make sure you can eat all the food in your buffet.
Exactly. He doesn't really care about the cost of the food, but he will always lower it anyway. So we're about to see if Inzaghi can maneuver his way out of this one.
Yep, absolutely. The players are actually running into it right away. Like I said, the matches are going to go lickety-split. These players are super-duper locked in and want to make sure that they are just keeping up the pace. I think that's just kind of the style of how they play, right? Inzaghi, what is it? He has some slowdowns in the middle of this round, but his decisions are, pretty lightning quick when it comes to this. And interesting mulligan. 2 spears off rip. I think we want to keep 1, right? Keep 1, yeah.
Yeah, you don't need to.
Oh, Shudong first turn. Sheesh.
So that is interesting. You can do some setup here. Depending on what you get off of this Timaeus, which I assume is always coming down round 1, you can play Zhudong, or you can play something else completely, or you can play that plus the artifact you get. It really does depend. On the opposing side, with the Bennett who is starting, he does want to see his dice first and foremost before making any too critical of decisions. The dice are quite looking nice. Inzaghi is going to toss everything because really you don't need that good of a requirement, but you would lock those 3 Electro and you didn't get it.
Yep, on the side of a Loom 1000, we have the Storm Terror's Lair. No, in every House of Stove, I believe, they want to use some different arcane card, right? I believe it was the Day of Resistance. It makes total sense, right? Because not only Day's Resistance, super useful to make sure Bennett can't get sniped, but also for Electric Cube for the end game scenario. Is going to use Timaeus to pull out yet another small golden troop. So not bad, actually. What is it? Decent setup all around, I would say.
It's fine. If you were playing Gilded, you would like that Timaeus draw way more, because then at any point you can play that Gilded and get that extra value off of it. This way, it's a little bit rougher. Your only on-play artifact that gives you anything is Veterans, which is not bad, but it does kind of clash with everything else you have going on. So we're probably going to see another Bennett NA here and just passing, unless we are trying to get that Storm Terror going, but I would assume not.
Absolutely. Yep, there it goes, the Zhudong. I'm actually surprised it comes out so early, but I mean, just using like kind of my brain and how I would play as a TCG player, is that I would want him out super duper quick, because it looks like Inzaghi is going to basically use Sing Your Heart Out as a miniature draw, right? Immediately draw everything to have maybe even more potentially potent setup. But outside of that, I suspect the Timaeus and the Spear perhaps. Ooh, Dunya as well. Very nice.
I would assume we're not gonna see the Spear immediately, although it depends. People have been playing this deck in way different ways. We could definitely see, instead of that, a Dunyarzad Timaeus into a Cookie skill and a swap, because your swaps are now free because of your Sing Your Heart Out. So you can definitely apply that early Electron Bennett, and then before he sets anything up, you can get your swirl going. So that is quite nice for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, you're completely right about the entire Spear shenanigans. I was actually being too greedy with how much dice we have, because I've severely overestimated the dice available, because now we're already down to 3 usable, can absolutely throw off a skill. What is it? But I think at this rate, Inzaghi may consider the Liben, although they also might be thinking that it's a little too slow. They want to get some other ball moving.
Exactly. So the real question here is, do you want more a ramp, or do you want to get Electro basically set up for sure on your opponent? I believe Inzaghi is doing this because he believes that if he Cookie skill swaps, the Bennett might start doing some swap stalling, and you don't necessarily need that in your life. Or maybe he's expecting the Bennett to full ramp and then have extra dice on the following turn to work around it. Because we can see Loom 1000's hand, and we can see that this does not look exactly amazing. Yeah, we will see the swap anyway, and we will see the Bennett talent come down, and then the Golden Troop on everybody else.
Yeah, absolutely. Super lucky draw on the Bennett talent. If I'm not mistaken, they do have Asia talent, potentially to brick that Storm Terrors, right?
Yeah, exactly. But at that point, if you get it, it's a very long stall into the following round. So you're actually not that upset about it, which is probably the line they were going for. Now, top deck engage the her talent would be really good for you, just to slow down, as your opponent will take a couple of basically non-actions here, and you don't have a great way to get rid of this burst.
Yep, absolutely.
Or this swirl, rather.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, now we're gonna see Inzaghi taking a moment to slow down because, like you said, Loom 1000 is taking a moment to adapt to the situation, not letting Electro get applied onto Bennett or swirled at all to make sure Bennett can stay extra safe. And, even though there's not really a potent snipe line, available in the area, it's something that you need to plan for that sort of end game. But on the side of Inzaghi, look at all that free food and artifacts. Oh my goodness, the friend companion engine is helping out.
Exactly, a lot of gear coming down. We're probably going to see a lot of it. When it comes to actions, depending on if they actually decide to face each other, we might see Inzaghi do the cookie skill, followed by the Nejdahar hit to get the empowerment going, or rather the infusion going. Straight into Pyro, costing 1 less dice, and then we might see a swap. And then they will feel comfortable going back to Bennett. I assume that's what Loom 1000 is thinking about. And then Inzaghi is thinking, do I want to give my opponent all of that?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually surprised they put on the Morishose Hunter on top of Kuki instead of the Veteran's Vicious. Maybe it's just, again, it's my old TCG brain thinking that the smaller one should go, on the weaker character and the one should go on the hyper carry. What do you think his reasoning is for putting that 3 cost over the 2 cost?
You kind of want to speed yourself up and you kind of want to get stuff going. Huta getting 4 different state changes in her HP later on is fine, but I would believe that at that point you're either won or lost anyway, so that's not exactly what you care about. What you care about is getting this early setup, and we're seeing exactly what we were talking about. So cookie skill that gives her another proc. This Mahashose is most likely to completely get all of its stack going, and now we can swap, or we can try to do something else completely. We might see a sneaky Huta swap, because if you calc the line, the Venti skill will go onto absolutely nothing if you do go Venti, so let's see if we will try to set up Huta instead.
Yeah, might try to knock Asia over, and of course, you could do something on Electrocube, but it's really ill-advised. I mean, you either commit rock, paper, scissors, which you don't have the dice for, or, you have to swap to Bennett, and that's exactly where you don't want to be, because Bennett is in the biggest danger of fast swap incoming. Oh, the swirl! Okay!
Oh, securing the swirl, exactly what we needed, and now we're A-okay. This matchup does truly come down to just Cube having or not having that Electro in the late game, but before then, this Bennett having Electro on him is also very, very valuable for you. Now, we might see Loom 1000 swap slowly back to Bennett, but now the dice are fine, but the time is definitely ticking, and it might not have that much time to get that burst going and get everything ready, especially when you might get overloaded once.
Yep, absolutely. There goes the swirl. I'd say a pretty tame move overall. However, it does big moves, like you said, to set up Inzaghi for that endgame. And now, what is it? It at least is a little calming for Loom 1000, right? To know that one of the fast swaps was burned just to make sure Electro can be applied, right?
That is true. It does lose the element of surprise, but honestly, this fast swap is one of the worst it can get. For someone who has spent so many dice and resources making sure to try to avoid this, now having to stare right at it in the face is really rough, because what you really want to do here is a Bennett skill into a Liben, setting you up for the following round, but then you're going to have to face Huta's overload, and you're going to have to get back to Bennett, and Huta might get the burst by that time. And are you even able to burst on Bennett anymore?
I don't know. Yeah, you're only 5 dice remaining, and even though your burst talent card only costs 2, I think, what is it? It's still possible, but like it's very rough because Hutao, like you said, is about to just clobber you completely. What is it? You may have a little bit of a chance with the setup turn, but outside of that, it's not really great for Bennett to rip that burst and then immediately basically in critical condition and having to, hopefully Ace-Daha and Cube can take care of the rest.
Yeah, but it looks of it, definitely the play that makes the most sense and that works the best is to Bennett skill, let yourself get overloaded, and play that Liben. It's a lot of setup, but you do need that fast swap. You need to find those ways to get your Bennett burst live, get your characters going, and then you might still get overloaded off of Cube after all that anyway.
Yep, absolutely. Yep, we're just going to take our time thinking here. What is it? What can we do to get out of this very precarious situation? I would consider this, when I do, overarching analysis as one of the pivot points, right? Where this could be the crucial make or break of the game. Here comes the Mystic Soup. Didn't quite catch what it was, but they clicked it right away. What did Loom 1000 just pull? Let's see. Was it Fury? Was it
Damage
Defrost?
as far as I can see it, yeah.
Okay. Was it 4? I feel
But
like
now...
it's like 4 damage, right? I feel like that's a little F on like Hu Tao. You know, like what are you really gonna do with it?
What I assumed the play was, or the hope was to get something that's a defensive tool, so the Bennett doesn't take too much damage here. We do an NA instead, opting to save ourselves some extra stacks for that Golden Troop for the next round, which on one hand is fair, but on the other, now not getting that Liben to proc, not getting anything to work is going to make your next round significantly weaker than it usually would be.
Yep, absolutely. See here, and 1 dice left. Hu Tao sex up, locked and loaded. Paramita Prelupio is active. 3 dice should be able to drop a normal attack. Most certainly not going to drop a burst. Going to keep that locked in the tank. Switches to Azaha, another defensive swap.
This might have been the line they were exactly thinking about, because Hu Tao bursting Bennett here is actually, yeah, totally fine for Hu Tao, and they just take you out. So the overload you were worrying about might have not been the issue. You as in the Bennett player might have not been the issue. The issue might have been that Bennett is going completely down. Now, you could have dodged it probably with a day, but that's from our POV and knowing exactly what's going on. From the players, Hu Tao is always terrifying because you never know how much damage the burst is going to do. And if Ajdahar goes down here, you actually do get everything you want in life. So yeah, we're going to see a Liben instead.
Knocks out that Dunya, no longer needs her, got all the friends they could possibly want. Now it's just going to be a matter of what happens next turn. Loom 1000, yeah, Inzaghi ends Loom 1000, nothing left to do. Let's see what the heart of the cards draws us. Not great.
The positioning battle is currently definitely on Inzaghi's side, but that doesn't mean it's over by any means, because they can switch at any point and completely be in one player's favor out of nowhere. So we do see that this Hu Tao is ready to go, and you can't just casually get to Bennett without anything. But your opponent is going first, and they need to make a decision here of how they're gonna keep the pressure up.
Absolutely. Yeah, what is it? I actually didn't catch. What did we get from Liben in this situation? Because the first draw was bad. What is it with the second draw? Oh, Chef Mao. Yo, the chat was right. I see. Because I also have what is it? You know, checking out. You know what you guys are saying. Thank you all so much for hopping in. You know, to the stream. But everyone's like, I swear, there's a Chef Mao in there, and you know what? They were right.
Yeah, exactly. So both of the chefs are here. And they're actively just cooking. They're just cooking. They're just cooking.
Chat, they might be cooking. IDK.
Chat, they are definitely cooking, but we are also... Oh, we're going to spend the burst here. Okay. That is interesting and fair. I don't believe there's any way to get all of your stacks back, but you are probably just trying to get as much value as you humanly can.
Yeah,
from,
absolutely.
Yeah, from the spear, from everything else you can do, and you're just gonna let them Bennett burst here, and then because you set up so early to get this cube with Electro, you're actually significantly less scared of it than you usually would be.
Yeah, let's see here. You know, actually, no. That's a silly line. My thinking was that, like, oh, why don't you just, like, swap off, force Azdahad to die, but that's really not too well advised, I would say.
No, you're probably just going to head straight back to Bennett, because this is as late of a setup as you can have while still having a chance in the fight. And yeah, we're gonna see this come down, and now we're fully prepped. But again, the positioning is definitely in our opponent's court, so we do have to very carefully maneuver this position.
Absolutely. You know, in a way, I actually, because, you know, this is something that I definitely couldn't calculate. What is it when it comes to the general matchup spread between these two? What do you think is a little more favored, right? Because we talked about how Bennett, you know, can absolutely demolish the ones who are getting set up a little early. But now that this is a mid-range deck with a little bit of overload, it adds a level of control in Inzaghi's hands, which he's just taking absolute advantage of.
Yeah, exactly. Bennett, for the longest time, could deal with any deck that tried to slow the game down, purely because if you slow the game down, Bennett will kind of just loop his own burst or just get an infinite amount of value more than you can, depending on how fast you are. But Hu Tao just the overload is actually the scariest part of the entire setup. It's the only reaction it cares about. And the disruption on Cube is terrifying. Otherwise, this Ajdakar just going down would be fine. But now, Cube has Electro on them. They can get overloaded by Hu Tao really easily. And Ajdakar is so low that Hu Tao can do whatever she wants and just take them out. So this is why I say positioning-wise, you're just in a rough spot. And you have to take all this. Ooh, this is a little bit rough.
Yeah, this is super rough. Even the Blood Blossom active on Bennett, which if I'm not mistaken, it's not piercing or physical damage. It's actually 1 pyro end phase, no?
It is indeed a pyro
that's
and
so
phase
rough.
damage.
Like, what is it? Not that Hu Tao does electro damage, but since all of the characters on Inzagi's side are nice and healthy, all it takes is one swap over, you know, just a cheeky swap, and then Bennett gets overloaded again in the end phase for next round.
Exactly. Now, thankfully, if this Bennett does burst, he will probably follow up with another attack, and his job is beyond done, but you are swiftly running out of HP and ways to keep this this dream alive. Now, one good and funny thing is that if Cube leaves to be your only character left, they cannot be overloaded. So you actually don't mind that to some degree. It might be silver lining after everything else, but we shall see. Bennett will definitely get to inflict some damage on his opponent right now. Oh, by the way, look at the beautiful 1 cost on the Bennett talent.
Yeah, absolutely. That's like the cheapest I've ever seen it. What is it? You can even go a little further, but here he goes. Bennett punch Archon straight to the face, disrespecting the gods. And Venti says, ouch, that hurts. Here's a swirl.
Exactly. Swirl coming down. Ajdakar. Another god is gonna go down to the other one. Truly a battle that's unexpected, especially with a Cube that's about to go crazy, because we can actually get an RPS going. The only question is, what do we do afterwards? Because it might come at a huge cost.
Yep, here comes the soup. Actually, shoutouts to 2QB went and sent me a message that there is actually the Chinese translations for everything that we have here, because, you know, us, we can't read Chinese. What is it? But looks like we have the soup down, and that is going to be personal boost, yes. Looking at on Venti. Hopefully I can read it through once it comes by. But oh, no, it's the decoster, yeah?
Yeah, it's the decost. You can see that it's less that. The decost and the one that do extra damage have the same thing, so I just look at the amount of dice required to tell you which one it is, because God knows I can't tell otherwise. And yeah, Ajdakar going down. Unfortunately, you would love to have been swapped to Cube by any means, but yeah, you have to do it yourself, and now it's a little bit rough.
Yep, the Hammer Slammer is coming down. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. And this is kind of set up in a way so that Venti not only is going to take that massive overload, but also again to get pushed over to Hu Tao. And I think Inzagi very carefully needs to slow swap their way to victory in this situation, because you know, Kuki, I would argue, is at pretty critical HP, right? You know, Cube boosted Bennett. What is it? Or a Bennett boosted Cube, my bad, onomatopoeia. What is it? It's just gonna clobber Kuki like right now.
That is quite interesting, because it does beg the question, why not just get to Hu Tao and get that overload immediately? Are you setting it up for later, or do you believe that this is fine? A second fast swap is not likely to show up. You do get a lot of value out of this, but yeah, Cube also heals themselves up, and you've let go of the pressure for just a little bit, just enough for it to go off.
Yeah, because I think the thing that you're talking about is like that basically after Kuki takes this hit, they swap to Hu Tao and then just tap him back off, right? Because Cube is locked in. There is going to be no sort of moving. Uses the Tada, wants to gain an extra dice. Oh my.
Yeah, exactly. Getting some extra stuff going there. But now if you get to Hu Tao, it's a little late. Cube losing that third part of RPS is bad, but not devastating. Oh, this is the way we're gonna do it. I see how it is. We're gonna get swapped over to Hu Tao. We have a burst ready, and now not only that, but we also have an I haven't lost yet to prepare for the following round. This is going to be absolutely devastating.
Instead of stopping the nuke right here, is she just gonna burst?
I believe so. There's no reason not to.
Yeah.
The Cube will go down to 1 HP. And fun fact, at post that point, Bennett actually has lethal locked onto Cube, because Bennett will get the Blood Blossom effect on him, so the swirl will actually take Cube out if you just go Bennett here. If you just go Venti here.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully they can maintain that through. But Cube is down and out, 1 HP, hanging by a thread. If Inzaghi is able to secure that kind of line that you just mentioned, it will be lights out for Loom 1000. A very definitive, 2-0. But, don't settle it just yet. Bennett could absolutely cook in this situation.
Yeah, we're about to see it. Nothing to really do here besides pass. You could get one extra die, but that's the die you wanted to kind of use to get off Cube. And now with the setup you're in, you can't really do much of anything, and you just kind of have to let it be.
Yeah, absolutely. Just thinking here, makes a ton of sense. Players, the timer is running out for Loom 1000, but they need to think super hard. This is the critical moment where the game is pretty much broken, apart and away from their reach, and could cost them, their last life in this loser's bracket situation.
Exactly. I mean, losing this matchup is not the worst thing in the universe, but you really don't want to miss an end game simple swap or line that could have saved you the game, because at that point you already got so far. But we definitely see the setup coming down. Now Venti has lethal on both units, or rather Venti has lethal on the Cube, whichever unit you end on. Right here, this will might prove devastating.
Days of Resistance coming in 5 years late. Another fast swap and the spear if we needed to settle it any less for Inzaghi. Did Loom 1000 get anything? Let's just hope for good dice at least.
Let's see. And the dice are also not in our favor anyway, but not much you can do here outside of trying to get your Bennett to hyper carry you or just swapping to Cube. But Venti skills are so cheap, just because of the free swaps you get and how much Inzaghi's already set up here and can do basically anything. Just, this looks like 8 dice, but it's so many more.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And it's so much, utility.
Chef Mao Zedong, all the value in the world that you could possibly want. I think if Hu Tao didn't have to spend her burst earlier, I think hey, how last time you wanted the Venti burst to come down as the finisher?
No.
I know it's not happening. It's not happening.
It would be so nice though.
It would be so hype. Imagine the absolute cinema, absolute peak. Patiently waiting here. What is Loom 1000 really going to do about the dice? Do they even have an option to swap over to Cube and just tap them? Oh, looks like they're stalling for time. Uses the magic countdown. Ooh, not what we wanted.
Yeah, not much you can do here. Again, Venti skills are so cheap. You just kind of need this Bennett to try and win the game by himself, but yeah, staring down these two opponents, probably not.
Yep, absolutely. Just 5 dice remaining on the board. Loom 1000, gotta make your pick. Timer is burning away. 20 seconds on the clock. What is Loom 1000 going to do? Maybe you throw another strategize out to check and see if there's anything at the bottom of the deck. Although I think at that point you're fishing for sardines, at the bottom of the barrel. Let's see what you can do. I think at the minimum, I would definitely slash in to Venti, make sure they take a hit. Puts on the veterans, uses the Boar Princess, I believe. Yep, trades it for 1 dice. And from here, this should be the final move. I'm kind of liking, let's see here. Yeah, no decosting. What is it? I kind of like skill. Skill's not necessarily a terrible idea. Actually, wait, no, because we have normal attack as well. That's right.
No, killing is probably one of your only options at this point. Just start punching and do your best. There's nothing you can really do.
Oh.
I mean, this is fine, but your opponent has so much extra stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
It doesn't change much of anything. And it keeps your breakpoints the same because of Boar. You will still have 2 actions, but it might just not be enough.
I kind of wonder if Inzaghi's going to be efficient or going to go for the flex here because, I think he kind of realizes that the ball is in fact in his court, so he could totally Venti burst for the finish, memeing, what is it? But it's very much optimal to just go for the Venti skill, make sure you maintain an extra dice for Venti to swap over to Hu Tao, and then from there...
Well, you can also just swap.
Yep, that's also an option.
You can just let Cookie take it out. You're most likely to do it with Venti because Cookie does so much more when she gets an overload ready, and there's no real way to proc them otherwise. So in most cases, you're just going to have a little Venti love tap here, moved into Hu Tao, finishing Bennett off.
Thinking through it, throws on the veteran, throws on the macarons, all free, by the way, thanks to their wonderful companions. 11 dice, holy moly.
Yeah, so that simple round that had 8 is now moved and into 11 round attack with some free swaps coming down from Venti right here. So your opponent still has 3 actions, possibly a random Huta burst coming out of nowhere, and you might just not be ready for it.
I think Inzagi's feeling the VM. I think they're gonna do it. They might. Let's see. Generates a little bit on the spear. What is it? Not enough to get Huta more energy though. Falls back in Inzagi's court. What are we thinking? Just swap and end it all? Oh.
So it's actually not the worst idea here to stay on Venti, but it is a little bit meme. It's just a little bit meme, but you can make an argument for it. You can say that Venti has macarons, therefore he gets healed every time he gets hit, meaning that you can get your Huta burst going easier, and this hit actually doesn't do that much because Bennett will heal most of it back off. But realistically, that is me coping to see a Venti burst. It's not happening. It's
Me
just
too.
punch him.
I
Just
just
punch
like
him.
the animation, man. It's pretty cool, but it's alright.
It's just neat. Yeah, I like the vortex. Okay, I'm sorry. My bad for having fun. Anyway, let's take them out.
Yes. What is it? Hu Tao takes a pretty sizable chunk of damage, no matter what. Bennett is still kind of a menace with his abilities, you know, with his burst boosted. But from there, here it goes. What is it? We got a seed box. I think we're going to just try and throw one little more thing out before it's officially game. Yep. Loom 1000 hits that end turn button. Inzaghi is going to let it rip.
Exactly. And time for Bennett to imagine a farm of rabbits, and it is GG.
10 damage. Call it, baby. That is a 2-0 for Inzaghi.
Very clean, played very well, understanding your positioning win cons, understanding exactly what you need to do, when you need to do it, and how you win this matchup indeed.
Yep, absolutely impressive. What is it? We're gonna go ahead and wait for the next thing to slide in here. What is it? But in the meantime, I do hear that. What's that? Do you hear that sound? Do you hear that? Would gliding be faster? Wait a minute. It's Minty! He's coming back on the Dvalin Express. He's back for some more casting. So I'm going to dip out. Thank you all so much for that little segment. And we are going to be moving on to round 3.
Beep, boop, beep, boop. Well,
hello everyone. I am back. And I just experienced something very terrible. But I will just slide that aside. And we will continue with the rest of the games. Okay, Fufu, how are... Okay, Fufu, I was not there, so can you do a quick summarize of what just happened?
Well, so far we have watched Inazaki take a commanding 2-0 with his Zhongli deck against Kachina, creating some unexpected follow-up attacks with Herald to get some revenge kills after his Chiori went down, and we saw some very good positioning from Hu Tao taking down Bennett, but now we're gonna see Clorand fight against Freeze with Mirror Maiden Sayu once again, and we have talked about this matchup quite a bit, but we can definitely go over it again for our audience.
Okay. Oh, and it is this matchup again, and it was a I think we saw this matchup in the last set, right? Between Red White.
Exactly. But if you do remember, Papaya Tofu's deck, Clorand is not very standard at all. It is actually a very aggressive version of the deck, as opposed to a very standardized, passive, kind of stally defensive Clorand. So this is actually quite a different deck, personally, I would say.
Indeed. Okay, but will Inzaghi makes a 3-0 sweep with the power of the protagonist on his side, and now we have a look at his Chlorine's deck, which is a very standard deck with some minor changes, like have one copy of Opera Eclipse. He used Northern Smoked Chicken, which is not my favorite because... Okay, Fufu, give me one reason to run NSC over Minty mid-rolls.
I need to give Minty a reason to not run Minty. Oh, that's gonna be rough. But my best guess is that with Chef Mao, it does get you to that position to get that one free cheap shot in. But the way you said it was correct. Minty does definitely give you more attacks over time. This just seems to be a bit more of a surprise tool. And I can imagine that the idea might be, Simply because it's open deck list, your opponent kinda has to respect it and has to play around it, so that might be exactly what you're going for.
So what you meant is that NXT it's a zero cost pool and it will bring some kind of surprise, right?
Exactly. They have to think about it, they have to deal with it, and even when you look like you don't have enough dice, you might just pull it out.
Oh, that is some kind of mind play. I like it. But will it justify enough for the decks? Let's see the match. And here we have Lium Townsend Sayu deck, which is also the the same list that we saw with the red white. He has Wolf Gravestone. He does not have Sayu talent. He has Soup. He has that Sing Your Heart Out food.
Exactly. Last time we didn't see Singer Honda, we did see Sayu talent instead. The lists are slightly different, but mostly following the same logic and understanding we've been seeing with this deck the entire time. The two fast swaps, because you don't have neither an innate fast swap with Mona, nor that stall ability with Herald that you had before, but instead Mirror Maiden, you really want to see the fast swap and just get that and high roll your opponent into some nice and tasty swirls indeed.
Okay, but the real difference is that William Townsend rolls good this matches, because from what we have seen in the last matches, Red White kinda had a bad round one, and that was one of the reasons to his downfall in that matches. If Liam Townsend is able to get cards like Dunyaza, Timaeus, Gilded Dreams, we see the draws now.
And that doesn't seem like a lot of rap on Liam Townsend's deck at all, actually. Wow.
Okay, and we look at Inzaki, he got the artifacts, he got the weapons, and he got the Tada. Okay, Lufufu, do you know what's the Tada used here for?
I mean, of course, usually you would use it for that simple Scorpion proc that you do get. But in this particular case, because it's also a freeze deck, Tada does do 1 physical damage to your unit, meaning that you can shatter yourself and break through freeze if really need be. So it's not only helpful to you, it's also kind of a utility card.
Yeah, exactly. In this specific deck against freeze, Tada actually has 2 use. The first use is that it helps you get a Lawmaster Burst for free. Not actually for free, but you need to do 1 less skill. And the second is that it will break you out of freeze. And that also works. Okay, and now we are gone to the dice. Oh, the dice looks fine for Inzaki because he can equip both the sword and the artifacts and just pass. And we look at Liam Townsend. Fufu, do you have any idea?
Exactly. Now, the cards are more of a problem for Liam Townsend than honestly the dice even, because how do you actually ramp? This deck loves to ramp 8 or at least 5, but the setup you have right now just doesn't get you to either of those. The gamblers, no!
And you don't even get Gilded Dreams. So now what do you even do? Okay, the best line is that you go for Mirror Maiden skill and you play Soup and you hope that you get the dice reduction onto Sayu.
And you immediately go for the skill. Yeah, honestly, that is a line.
No, it is the only line here because, as I said, Liam Townsend does not draw any cards. He does not draw Dunyazad. He does not draw any draws, nor Liben. It is in a very scuffed situation for him here.
Yeah, and the artifact letting you draw isn't even relevant because your opponent is not even going to be hitting you here. We're going to see Inzaki doesn't get one more way to spend 1 more dice, but still, just equipping everything and passing is probably a-okay with him.
Oh no. Okay, so William Townsend. Oh no, it's Inzaki's turn. So looking at the dice there, Inzaki can probably play the Sing Your Heart Out to draw 3 cards and also reduce your next 2 swap by 1 dice. He can also go for a Lawmaster skill here, which is not necessary when you have the Tada in your hand.
Exactly, you're not super worried about it. We might see Sing drawing us some cards and actually putting some gear on a claw hand immediately and slowly setting that up.
Yeah. Inzaki is still deciding on what he wants to do. Oh, he plays the food. Oh, he got the golden house, which is very good because now he get +2 dice from the golden house.
Exactly. Now we can set up our gear to be put on 2 different rounds, therefore getting the max value out of it. Opera as well helping us because our opponent has not set up anything yet, and most likely by looking at their hand, they're not going to be beating us to the gear battle that easily.
Okay, so what will we equip first? Will it be the artifacts? Will it be the sword? Let's see.
I would assume it's the artifact just because you get the shields early.
Yeah, you get the shield early. I mean, the sword can be equipped anytime, but the artifacts need 1 round to set up.
Exactly, and we get that set up early, and now shields are coming down, dice are going to be caused back, and yeah, here's the line, exactly what you were talking about. And can we get... Oh, the slam means we did get it. Ooh.
Oh, he did get it. Okay, okay, not our hope is lost for this guy. Okay, and the fact that he also get 2 small golden jewels, which means he can put it on Mirror Maiden and Zhongyun. Yeah, that is +2 dice every single round.
Exactly, saving us. Our biggest problem now is draw, but hopefully we can top deck some nice stuff. For example, a gilded to suit that problem. Oh, we see a strategize, so maybe.
We see a strategize. Okay. Okay, okay. And Liam Townsend also draws a fast swap.
Exactly, exactly. Now you're already on Sayu, but you could freeze if you really want to. Oh, the dice though.
Oh no.
So those are the wrong greens. That is the issue here.
That is the wrong green you will be getting. Oh, and... Oh no, this is Cook. Okay, okay. He could still go for a Sayu skill set, but the problem is that he does not have Sayu talent. So, if he had Sayu talent here, then Sayu skill would be so much better. But, okay, he just needs to hope that from that strategize he can draw Sing Your Heart Out or maybe Countdown. Just need to pray.
Yeah, you really need the strategize to give you something because you also need to tune on top of everything. So
yeah,
that's gonna be looking rough.
Okay, and for Injagi, he probably will play the Tadao to get another energy for Lore Master, and then he will go for the Lore Master burst and probably swap to Chlorine to set up. But another idea is that he could save the Tadao to break out of freeze. Which
yeah, exactly. You're gonna have to be dealing with that later, so that does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, so he decided to use it for an instant burst. Okay. Okay, it does make sense because you are playing around the fact that Liam Townsend might have a Wolf Whip Stone in hand, and it might be ruining for Injaki if he does not get a Lore Master talent technique. Oh,
man, these cards are not helping us out at the moment at all. We can tutor one companion, but nothing to do with that when Artemis has no artifacts to play with either.
Yeah. Oh, let's just see.
Second Timaeus?
Another Timaeus. Okay, you play this and you get dreams, good dreams. 100%.
Yes.
Yes, you get it. Because you already draw 4 artifacts, that is not good dreams. So the next draw is going to be good dreams.
Yeah, this also means we got as unlucky as possible in drawing it late, but it doesn't even matter anymore because it's here, and let's just be happy about that. Let's see if we top deck something good. Another Dunyaza, though.
Another Dunyaza, which may not be necessary because you already got 2 Timaeus on your side now. There is no more companions for you to draw here.
Exactly, just a little too late on that one draw, but again, Gilded can get you more stuff if you just keep rolling with Sayu, and we do have the Liar Song plus a Timaeus with 2 stacks, and we might just go for that anyway, but now, yeah.
Okay, Chlorine is ready. It's time to sweep.
Clan is moving in early with that gear that is a 1 dice lower. This Lo-Fi might as well be free. We get a dice back, and now we're ready to fight.
Yeah, we are ready to fight here. We put on the sword, we do an NA. Okay, but one problem is that now Inzaghi does not have Tada, so he has to play around freeze. Because if Chlorine gets frozen just for one round, it may be a problem for him.
Exactly, but if you look at your opponent's position here, it's really bad. If Sayu hits Clorand once here, she will remove the Hydro aura off of her. Yeah, and Clorand will overload her off, never reapplying the Hydro again. But if they move to Chongyun and use this, use the aura up too early, that's also not that bad for you. So what will your opponent do? Oh, feed the Liben.
Yeah, because they have Liben, and if Sayu is swap off here, then it will swap to Chongyun, which is a free swap. So I take it. Okay.
Exactly, it's not too bad if they do that, because now Chongyun threatens on the next round, but if you do go Lore Master, Chongyun can actually not apply Cryo to her without killing her. And then, I mean, losing units against Freeze is rough, but still.
Okay, so now probably you swap to Lore Master, or you can swap to Sixteen. I mean, if you don't want to feed your opponent's Gambler's value, you can swap to Sixteen. Yep.
We see it coming right there.
Okay. Oh wait, Fufu, do you know that this deck run 1 or 2 copies of Tada?
The Cloran deck? I could not tell you. I think it's 1, but I'm not 100% sure. If we can get a check on that, that would be neat. But we'll find out in just a second. We do know that the opposing side does have those 2 gravestones. They do have quite the way to get it. No Sayu talent, unfortunately, but they have quite a bit.
Oh, but Fufu, if you pay attention, Inzaghi just draw Extreme. Oh, he just draw Extreme, and if he Extreme now, while Liam Townsend is having 2 copies of Wolf Gravestone, then that is very devastating. Oh, he having Lyle Song, he having a 2nd copy of Gilded Dreams. Extreme may have bring good values here, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Extreme would be nice. I mean, the artifacts you're giving your opponent are not that good, and you've basically spent everything you want to see in your deck anyway, but the cost of Extreme is quite extreme, as they would say, but not just for you, for your opponent as well. They're going to lose out on so much here.
Oh yeah, but the thing is that Liam Townsend actually go first here, so they can just play everything, and then it is just forced to Extreme. What Inzaghi wants here is a 2nd copy of Tada.
Exactly, yeah, because we do see they do play 2 of them, and now we know that, so they can always get it. But yeah, it seems like Liam Townsend will play around the Extreme, get as many dice going as possible, get that Liar Song run early, because you do want the extra die from it, and now it's time to get as much as you can out, but no Wolf's Gravestone still.
Okay, not I hope it's lost. You still have that strategize. You can still draw a Tada from it.
Yeah, definitely getting that would make your life so much easier, because you would get frozen, you would break it, and then you are free to go. You have no auras attached anywhere, but outside of that, this might be looking a little bit rough.
It is, though. Okay, is Inzaghi going to try if he can find a Tada here? Okay. Or he can swap first, and then he swap first.
First swap, then find Tada. Cause issues, deal with the problems later is fine, but if you don't find the Tada, your opponent has actually so many dice to work with this round.
Yeah, not to mention they can still draw like Bow Princess. They still have 1 Gilded Dreams that is waiting. Oh,
instant draw. Oh, to get the Wolf's Gravestone, one would assume Boar Princess coming down as well. We're gonna see it pop on. Oh my.
Is he playing the Wolf? Is he playing the Wolf Gravestone here, or is he waiting? Is he waiting for Inzaghi to make a mistake and then he uses it later?
We shall see. It is extra value if you do play it right now, and both of Inzaghi's other characters are quite low. But if you don't play it now, they might feel safe going onto the siege ruin and just have her get taken completely out by surprise.
No. Oh, but you actually want them to go to six, but you go to six ruins thinking it is safe. Why it is not? It is not
Yeah,
safe.
exactly. The trap is set, and now let's see if Inzaghi does fall for it or not. The second
Oh,
fast swap, not super
oh,
relevant for this round, but could come up.
oh. Let's see if Inzaghi draw Tada from this.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing the strategize, unless we see a bunch of tunes into extreme, which is a possibility, but not necessarily the line they might want to go for. They might want to see their cards first. If you have Tada, you can fight this. If not, you can go extreme and swap your opponent about.
Oh no,
Okay.
Tada! But there is the food. There is the food. We still have chances.
So we could definitely play Mao's, play the food, tune a lot, and then extreme right here, causing our opponent to lose their Wolf's Gravestone, to lose the Gamblers, to lose everything.
No, you need to play the thing first to see if you get the Tada or not.
Oh, that is also very true. Yeah, the Mao's, the Sing, if it doesn't get it, you can go for the extreme. If it does, then this is exactly what we're going for.
Okay, but extreme does not actually brings you much value here. Of course, it's still your one wolf Gravestone, but there is still one more. There's still one more waiting.
That is true, but also, oh, we might be setting up for the extreme actually.
No,
right here,
no.
right now.
No, Inzaghi, please play the food first. If you draw Tada, then it is good. It's good, man.
We'll see what he's actually thinking right now. All of our characters are indeed not satiated, so Sing is completely valid to play here. And let's see what he goes for.
Okay. Oh, extreme!
He shotguns it right away, but his opponent draws the second Wolf's Gravestone anyway, losing the Gambler's value, yes, but also still.
Oh, I think that Inzaghi keeps the cards in hand because they want Liam Townsend to draw at least as possible.
Exactly, you want to see them draw not that many cards that could hopefully help them out, especially now that you see one Wolf's Gravestone, you might be confident in saying that the odds of them drawing the second one are a bit low. But it does look like Loom Townsend's deck is quite low on cards anyway.
No.
Ooh.
So Inzaghi is not going to dig for the extreme here.
Yeah, no digging for Tada, instead trying to protect their characters. This puts Siege Ruin above the point of Wolf's Gravestone, which is quite good.
Oh,
But
Tada?
now,
oh
nope.
no, Tada! It's sad.
It is quite unfortunate. But remember, after this round, the auras your opponent has are going to be quite low.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Liam Townsend only has 2 cards left.
Okay, yeah, so Wolf's Gravestone is actually a really high chance of being in their hand anyway.
No, Inzaghi still one, and one is in Liam Townsend's hand.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, even if you're in Jagi, you're thinking, oh, 2 cards left, they play 2 Wolf's Gravestones. You need to play around it. Like, there is a really good chance it's not in the last 2 cards.
Okay, but you are right. With gamblers being stolen now, Inzaghi can comfortably thinking that this guy cannot like have so much dice from gamblers, and I can just go for fast swap. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Get damage down. Get rid of auras here. It's quite nice.
Is this the correct play?
May or may not be. It is a little bit weird.
Okay, the thing is that if you equip Wolf Gravestone on Changyun, you skill once on Lawmaster, your burst will take out 6 Dream at 8 HP.
Yeah, exactly. And if they do go to Claw Hand after, like before Siege Ruin, then she's taking the brunt of that, and you never want to see that as a Claw Hand player. So Changyun might take out 2 here anyway, and then it's actually rough But Inzaghi does have that one more Tada in deck, so he might be banking on that.
Oh, okay. Okay, so what I was originally thinking that,
Interesting.
we might see a Sayu skills here, Sayu skills. Oh, this. I mean, this also works.
I mean, it is indeed fine. Our second Wolf's Gravestone gotta go on the Sayu, but Sayu has only 3 HP. She is in lethal range of Clorend, just looking at her funny.
Okay,
And that's a little
okay,
rough.
but the thing is that Sayu actually has 2 skills within 1 skills, and Jongyun only has 1. So if you equip weapons on Sayu, you will generally get more values than on Jongyun.
Exactly. The only question here is, do the breakpoints make it worth it? And now a Sayu NA still takes out Sijuin, so that could still work by all means.
It could still work. Okay, so now the question is that do you Sayu NA or one you can go for a Sayu burst here.
Sayu Burst would actually be quite nice.
Yeah, Sayu Burst will heal Sayu back to 5 HP while also taking down 6 win as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably a lot better because the auras don't matter as Sijuin dies no matter what. And yeah, we see the burst coming down, healing. Yep, the Tanukis are going at it, and this end phase will take Sijuin out.
Why? And it also will heal Sayu back to 5 HP. Oh yeah, and now Sayu is out of the range of Torrents.
Exactly, and because
still no second Tada. That is so sad.
Yeah, you're probably gonna need to dig for it to the best of your ability because this Sayu does have the Frost Field still ready and going from Chongyun, so if you do manage to take her out, she will by all means just head off and get you frozen with Mirror Maiden. We do have Sing, but you gotta think, Sing is so little value when you only have 1 character left. It does only cost us 1 though, so that's something.
Okay, so on Liam Townsend guys, they still have that Lyre songs, they still have Bull Princess, they still have a plenty of dice. But if they are not able to take out Chlorine in this round, then it may be a problem.
Yeah, exactly. Cloran needs to go down as soon as possible because she just keeps not high rolling but snowballing as hard as possible and getting the extra HP, getting the extra actions, getting so much more done than you can, and we just go for this, heal ourselves up out of the side of Wolf's Gravestone. Probably not gonna skill, even though it would be more value, we're probably just gonna NA here.
Yeah, I mean, NA is fine. Okay, so what you potentially can do here as Liam Townsend is you go for Sayu NA and then you go for Mirror Maiden skills. You freeze the Chlorine and you pray that Inzaghi actually does not have Tada.
Yeah, exactly. We're probably going to be going for that. Starts off with Lyre Song. Boar Princess will come in to get us the dice because it will always be 2 values. Sayu will always be going down. We're just going to put this on literally anyone. It actually doesn't matter.
Again on Sayu.
Exactly. It's fine whichever way you do it because Sayu has to die and then you get the extra dice. You could have put it on one another unit just to confirm it, but I think this is A-okay. And now the Sayu NA will apply Cryo, Mirror Maiden will apply Hydro, and then Chongyun has the Rain to go as hard as he wants.
Okay. He can still play the Singer hard out here and looking for that Tada. He can still do it. I mean, it will take away his ability to use the food at this round, but if he has Tada here, think about the chance.
It depends on how many cards in deck are left, but definitely if you have a low number of cards and you know you can either draw it definitely or have a really high chance of doing it, it might just be worth. But even if you break through the freeze, you're gonna be taking a lot, so you do have to calculate exactly how much you can handle and how much you cannot.
Oh. I mean, if you NA on Chlorine here, you will be left with 6 dice, but you got frozen. There's nothing you can do.
Exactly. It might be letting Florine get frozen first and then digging for it instead. When you see if your opponent has something or does not, but at this point they went through their entire deck. You know their die generation is at its end. They do go up to 9 here. Mirror Maiden is ready and booted up, and her skill only costs 1 because of the Golden Troop from the start of the game.
Oh my god, let's see if Inzaghi gets the extreme.
Nothing here saves you. Like, Lotus doesn't do enough because they go Chongyun and they skill into Burst and...
Yeah, exactly. Though, so you need so you might need the Tada. So it would be better if you get the Tada without playing Sing, so you can play other fools like Lotus and stuff like that. Oh, he's going.
Oh, are we
he's
gonna
going
try
for
to
it.
survive? Oh, they
Yeah.
need space in the hand for it anyway if they're going for it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Fun fact, we could have seen... Oh, it doesn't work. We could have seen Gamblers on Cloran to take out the Sayu and then re-equipping the... what's it called? The Helm, but I think it works out the exact same dice anyway. Oh, instead we will see this.
I mean, it is fine, right?
I think you live on
no,
1
actually,
even if
no,
Chong does 2
actually,
skills.
no. If Chong does 2 skills, then Chlorine will be left at 1 HP, which the summon will finish.
Ah, that is fair. Well, leaving it to your opponent to find the line or not. Oh, they're headed straight to Chongyun. They're headed for the burst. Kill the 0 right here.
And then burst does 6, and then the summon does 1 damage, which is...
Never mind.
Oh,
she ran out of energy to protect herself. Never mind.
I did not notice that. Okay, a victory for Liam Townsend finally.
So
yeah. Okay. Despite not having a good round 1, Liam Townsend still managed to go for a good Supros to get the dice reduction. He go for a Sayu skills and then he turns the games around.
Yeah, definitely. Playing to your out and just playing for a little bit of luck when you got so unlucky with your opening hand, getting rewarded for it, and then being able to get his way back into the game, despite the fact that his opening hand just looked really, really bad, honestly.
Yeah, okay. And now Inzaghi will play the Chlorine decks again, and for Liam Townsend, he has between Bennett and Kachinavia. Okay, Fufu, which deck of Liam Townsend do you think will play better against Chlorine?
Personally, I would feel more comfortable in Bennett, but people just love Kachina, so I can totally see Kachina coming down here.
Oh.
It actually seems a-okay, but let's see what's coming down. It is Cloran versus, drumroll please, Bennett! Woo!
It is Bennett. Okay. Okay, we need to see what Bennett list Liam Townsend is bringing, because this could be the main factor to see if it is able to beat Inzaghi's Chlorine list or not.
Exactly. We've seen this matchup a lot. Chlorine does have like 20 HP to hide behind, but Bennett does so much damage, and we see the list right here, right now.
Oh, so okay, this list is very standard with Dawn Winery, Storm Terror, Seedbox, and the main thing is the 4 copies of Golden Shoes, both the 0 cost and the 2 costs.
Yeah, exactly. Drawing those early is just free dice all around, especially if you get them off Timaeus, and then you just keep going, and getting those late game RPSs super cheap is always so good for Bennett.
Yeah, exactly. And this is exactly what you want to draw with Bennett. You want to draw those golden troops early so you can gain values right from round 1.
Yep. The earlier you got it, the better. Also looking for that talent, so you got that Storm Terror searching, and honestly both of these talents are just really good. But swapping back, yeah, we can see the 2 Tadas that we were talking about before. One just unfortunately ended up at the sole bottom of the deck.
Okay, but there might be a problem for Liam Townsend Bennett because there is Extreme, and if Extreme is able to get both Bennett talent, then oh no, it's not a good thing.
Yeah, exactly. If you can steal that, especially because it's so easy to read when your opponent gets it off of Storm Terror and stuff, and when they're ready to go in, you might just be able to steal it and completely... Just getting Bennett to do its stuff a round or two later is all the difference for some of these decks, and just getting it stalled out, that little bit might be everything you need.
Okay. Okay, and it seems that the players is about to go into the match, and as a reminder for everyone, this is the second round of the loser bracket, so whoever wins and loses here, whoever wins will go to the loser bracket round 3 and to face Elena, and whoever loses between our boy Inzaghi and Liam Townsend will have to go home.
Exactly. So a lot on the line here for the players and a lot for them to think about, but that's okay, because if you've played enough tournaments, if you did it, truly the nerves maybe never go away, but you just need to learn to deal with it the best as you can. Let's hope that both of the players have a clear set of mind, a clear understanding of their matchups, and are ready to show off what they are made of indeed.
Okay, we are still waiting.
We are waiting just a bit indeed. How do you feel about this matchup? Like, which side would you rather be on if you had to play?
Okay. Okay, I would definitely always support Inzaghi, not some kind of like bias, because he's out Inzaghi, but if deck-wise, I would prefer to play the Bennett leads more, because like, okay, at this matchup, Bennett leads is more favor. It's way more favor than Corrin leads, because you have swap store. You can swap store as much as you want, and when Corrin run out the dice, you go for RPS on cube, and there's nothing they can do.
Exactly. Bennett dealing really well into those stall-ish type of decks. And as we saw, they opened both the Storm Terror's there and Bennett talent. We might see a swift Bennett burst followed up by some strong RPSs coming down and trying to stop Inzaghi before he can set up at all. But let's see how they actually play it out.
Exactly. Okay, and he did draw. He did have a very good draw. He did have Jeff Mao along with Sing your heart out. Okay. But there is one thing for Liam Townsend, is that he draw one Bennett talent, and if this Storm Terror give one more Bennett talent, and Inzaghi managed to extreme, then oh boy, it's going to be the extreme is here. He is waiting for the right opportunities.
Oh my god, if we see an extreme steal both Bennett talents, I'm going to be in pure awe, because that's not something you're ready for. My god.
Okay. Okay, probably here you're gonna tune the second Sing Your Heart Out. You equip the tenacity on Corrin. You do Law Master skill. Yeah, probably.
Yeah, that's probably the easy way of going about it, and just
Yep.
Yeah, skill first. No need to show the artifact just yet. But we will definitely just play it and get out.
No, I mean, it does not matter. He's going to play it anyway. Like, even his opponent.
Oh my god.
Asta have talent. Okay. Liam Townsend really needs to stop drawing talents now, because if he draws more talents, it just gives more reason for Inzaghi to go for extreme here.
Yeah, this does pose the good question. Do you even play the Storm Terrors knowing your opponent is playing extreme, and Clarent is a deck that's more than happy to click it whenever they don't have much of an action to play, just because they're waiting for their setup to go off. We might see some ramping instead, but those two dice look so good if you just put... Oh no.
No, you should not play the Storm Terror here. You should not.
Oh, the second talent!
7 Bennett talents. Oh my god, Inzaghi, you need to extreme here right now.
This might be the most profitable extreme in the history of extremes that's ever been seen.
Oh my god, imagine if a Liu 1000 draw another Astaha talent by the next round. 4 talents thrown stolen from one extreme.
That will be insane. Oh my
Oh
god.
my god. Oh no. Okay. Okay, but the question is that does Inzaghi knows it? Because as again, we are seeing both players' hand as the caster and the viewers, but the players themselves do not know. So it's a bit of mind game. Like, should I play this? Does they have this card, that card? Yeah.
Yeah, so Loom 1000 can do some funny mind games here. For example, going Ajdahar and playing the talent could signal that that's what you got. Yeah, playing it at the start of the next round could signal that that's what you got off Storm Terror, making Indragi a little bit more hesitant to use his extreme on it, as he usually would be. Because if you don't see any talents here, you could assume it's just Bennett's talent, and then you can steal one or think you're stealing one, hoping they don't get the other, and then see both of them and just be really happy with that.
Okay, okay. The problem here is that if Liam Townsend does not want his talent to get stolen, he needs to play Bennett first in this. Oh my! The dice, the dice is not good. He might go for extreme here.
Oh my god, he does need to clean a lot to do it, but it is a possibility.
No. If the dice is smart, you go for extreme. You see it?
You just play everything. Yeah, you just get it all out, play them out, get everything out.
Oh no!
Oh, not yet.
No. Should have done it.
Now the Ajdahar talent might come down, and Inzaghi might see that and just believe that that's what they got off of Storm Terrors anyway, and then just not do it. Okay.
Okay, Inzaghi, please extreme here. For the love,
You
of our slot. Extreme here.
You cannot stop this Bennett before he bursts in any other way except for extreming the talents away and then causing absolute mayhem. But it's such a wild play.
Okay, Fufu. But the fact that Liam Townsend swapped back to Bennett, Inzaghi really knows that what he has in Liam Townsend's hand may not be Asaha talent. I mean, he has it, but the way that he swapped back to Bennett kind of gave Inzaghi a hint that is what happened.
Yeah, exactly. You might be thinking about, no, it's gone. He gives up on it. Oh, he is moving away from the extreme. He is not a gambling man. The reading is not coming in at all. And now a Bennett normal attack into a Bennett burst is very much an option, or waiting for the following round to fast swap and Bennett talent. It's just gone.
Inzaghi, he lost the chance. He lost the chance to literally win this matchup right here.
That is so tragic, but also not something that, yeah, many people would gamble on. I mean, even if you have the read that it's one of them, having the read that it's both is just a little too wild. Now, I assume we're going to see a Bennett attack right here. And then, yeah, you can also let the Liben take 3 dice and move away into a fast swap burst next round.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean that Inzaghi can still go for lo-fi into NA here. I mean, it still works. Oh, that may be a bit too late, because now Liam Townsend can just pass with 3 dice. So what is that Lotus for?
Exactly, it doesn't accomplish much. They could attack you back, but especially this Lotus de-incentivizes them from doing anything at all. They do get 1 extra dice here off of a Veterans that is on Bennett, so they might want to spend that somehow. You could age the her talent into attack, but do you even care to do so? Depends.
I mean, the thing is that you want to proc that Storm Terror every round, so it may gain as much value as possible. Because Storm Terror is something that procs once every round. So like if you proc once in round 2, one in round 3, one in round 4, that is so much values.
Exactly, but then the question is, what are you spending those dice on? You're spending it to attack the Cloran that's already protected and is going to be attacking you back. So calculating that, they might just pass right here. Yeah, they do. And
He's
now...
passed. And now for Injaki, he can tune the soup to do one more NA. And then he played the Liven and pass. But does he
Exactly.
want to tune the soup? I mean, the
We...
soup could come in handy.
Yeah, it could come in handy. Another NA here is not bad by any means, but you could also just, yeah, get off Clorand. Oh, you don't even get off, you just stay here. Alright. Threatening the Bennett, I understand, but you could also do that from the Lore Master perspective. Not that it's going to matter, your opponent is probably going to fast swap and Bennett burst immediately, and the game is completely on. The dice here looking a little bit bad, and you do have to remember, Cube does not have a golden troop attached to them, so the RPS is going to be costing its full amount.
Oh.
Ooh, second age the talent, a lot of extra dice though.
Oh
no?
my god. Imagine if he still has a extreme here. Imagine that.
Just take everything, that would be beautiful.
And this is a Bennett burst here.
Yep, a fast swap into Bennett burst, we don't want to deal with anything later. Any extremes coming down, we do not want to be in a vulnerable position to that, although we know it's already tuned, the player does not.
Okay, but for Injagi's now, he has Chef Mao, he has the Day of Resistance, he has so much dice here to work with. What will Liam Tarzan do?
Now you're in a rough spot. You kind of want to push it, but you kind of want to go back. We have seen Bennett players get deterred by just the sheer amount of HP they need to go through to get the Clorand, but if you're gonna try to play that mind game, you gotta sell it well.
Oh, you definitely need to solo that well. But now, what do you do here? I mean, you still have not get the Lore Master technique yet. So, you could go back to Lore Master, or you could stay on Corvine, which you did.
Exactly, getting some healing, getting that set up, the skill is ready, one more Bond of Life. And now we might see a slow swap into Ajdahar concluded by 2 talents. Stalling out the game, getting an infinite amount of dice for this round, and oh, this is gonna be quite difficult to deal with indeed.
Exactly, and also mention that he has 2 Ajdahar talent here. He has 2 of them, so he can just bait around and like, hey, you can do all things you want, I will just pass my turn, and then I will go do RPS on Cube, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Exactly what you were talking about, stalling out until this cube is ready to go. We see a skill instead though, getting the infusion, and we will probably just try to bait our opponent into thinking that we might not be able to RPS so easily, and then just take it down, because realistically, I mean, damage on Clorand is quite nice. She is in a quite vulnerable position here.
Exactly, oh my god.
You do need to remember, one Mystic Soup hitting right on this Ajdahar could be too much. We play Day to protect ourselves, and we're probably going to skill anyway, yep.
Okay, but the Days of Resistance may be too late. Like, you can play it before Chlorines get hit by Ajdahar, but now...
I mean, realistically, it might be fine. Honestly, the Ajdahar skill, while cheap, does still cost a decent chunk, and even if you talent twice here, you go up to 8 dice, and the numbers don't exactly work out the way you would want them to, so... We just keep staying on Ajdahar, actually, never mind.
Oh no. You need to swap off here, but if you swap off, then those 3 stacks of Day of Resistance is wasted. It's wasted.
Yeah, exactly. Now assume we are going to be...
They will be working with 2 Ajdahar talent here, and I assume that the artifacts on Cube is a golden troops. Just, I don't know if it is a small one or it is a big one.
I would assume it's the small one, but I'm not 100% sure, meaning that we should be able to go to Cube and do 1 RPS right here. Oh, we're gonna try to get some defensive tools off of Mystic Soup right now. Let's see how that goes.
Oh no. Okay, what is he getting? It's a dice bonus one. Okay, I see it. He is going to do a second 2 skills of Lore Master before he fast swap back to Chlorine and do an overload here.
Exactly, but now you can do the RPS with Cube, and yeah, you're exactly right on the dice, meaning that by the time Chlorant gets swapped over to, it's going to be quite late.
It's quite late, but you will disrupt the RPS. You will not let the RPS. Okay.
So it's one hit here, then Lore Master hits her back, it hits again, and then you need to fast swap and disrupt the Cube, but that's a lot of resources, and Cube misses only its third attack. And now they're on Bennett, who can also do a lot or set up another burst.
Okay, I think that in Yagi you definitely go for a Lore Master burst here and sacrifice the Lore Master so that it is a free swap to Chlorine.
Exactly. Opera lowering the amount of dice we need, and now we need to lose one of our cards.
You definitely going to tune the fast swap. I mean all the soup, but you can use a soup in the later round. Fast swap is also useful, but okay, it is a hard choice.
Yeah, it's definitely rough, but fast swap is going down the way you said it. And now, yeah, the setup is right there. Cube will take out a Lore Master right here, and then get overloaded off itself by Claw Hand.
Okay. Will he play the foot here? That is the question.
No, but Lo-Fi gives you one more die here, and then you have another attack taking down Bennett.
Oh, but it's not the right dice.
I guess we're gonna have to tune everything for it, or we might just pass, but our opponent catches Prime no matter what, so that might not even be worth it.
Okay, oh no, but you cannot stay on Chlorine, because if you stay on Chlorine, then next round Liam 1000 will just fast swap Ace burst.
Exactly, so now we gotta get off.
Okay, you need to play the soup and hope that you get the -2 dice, you skill or you NA onto Chlorine and you swap to 6 green.
No, because the mouse are off anyway, so...
No, the mouse are off, but you could still play the soup here. If the soup grant in Jaggi the
the free
buff,
skill, right.
Yeah, free skill.
Well, it doesn't cost you that much to do it, but it is a gamble. Yeah, he's not gonna take it.
I mean, tada. Okay, the thing now is that Inzaghi cannot swap back to Chlorine because Chlorine is so low.
Yeah, exactly. This is gonna look rough, especially with how his opponent's hand is looking. Although thankfully the characters are quite low on HP, so maybe we're gonna see Sijin actually trying to get some damage in herself and doing something. Exactly. Now, like, for example, you would love to go to this Ajdahar and use your talent, but Sijin might just normal attack and take him out. The question is, do you even mind that? Oh, we see Bennett doing a skill instead. Ajdahar skill cost 2. We have the talent. We have a lot of setup here against this Chlorant, who, for what it's worth, does have her own stuff, but still.
Okay. Liam Townsend is really baiting Inzaghi to swap to Chlorine right now. Is it? Wait, what characters is that foot on?
That character is going to Sijin. She is the one satiated right now. Lower cost? Oh, we're lowering the cost of our skill, trying to stall our opponent out as much as we can.
Okay. So now if Liam Townsend slow swap to Estaha, then Inzaghi can just NA. We go for
Exactly, but the secondary question is, how scary do you think a fast swap into cube is right now?
I think it may be a question because okay, if you no. A fast swap to cube now, then in Jackie you'll just play the skill, heals back something, and then
But he
I
gets
mean
overloaded off once again, and that's quite rough. He could take you out with Sijuin, but then I don't know.
okay. So Liam Townsend really wants to play that H-Star talent because he is having Storm Terror, he is having Golden Troops, he can fast swap H-Star here. Oh?
We will see this threat of you better take out the Bennett, but can you even do that? Am I going to get to Bennett Burst again here? Question is, can Clorand clear after you Bennett Burst?
Oh my god.
Is this a trap? If you Bennett Burst right here and they go Clorand, they have a lot of actions, no?
Yeah. Okay. Liam Townsend, if I were him, I would swap to Astaha and I play the talent and I get 3 dice. And I mean, with 6 dice, I can do so much thing. I can do another up. I can do another RPS. I can do so much. Why, with only 3 dice right now, it is scuff. It's really scuff.
A fast swap into Ajdahar is not even out of the question, yeah. We're seeing it come down.
Fast swap into Ishtaha and play the
Oh,
talent.
it's free actually, right. Yeah, because of Golden
it's
Troop.
free. It's free.
Right. I'm thinking of it being one cost, but yeah, actually just straight up 6 dice.
Okay,
and you
and
have to take them out.
Yeah, you have to take him out here.
The frog is just a little too much, and then afterwards, your opponent does have another stack on that Dawn Winery, so moving back and forth trying to like stall you out might be all they need to do.
Okay, he needs to go for a 6-win Persia because if he went for NA, then Liam Townsend just swapped from Bennett to Cube and then he ran out of dice. He needs something that can do 2 actions with 1 skill so he can stall out the turns.
Yeah, exactly. And now it's about finding that. Every line looks pretty rough. The start seems obvious, that is killing Ajdahar, because if you swap, I mean, you're just dead, and there's nothing you can do about it. So, yeah. Oh, Sijuin burst. Obvious.
Yeah, it's Sijuin burst because, okay, now they have to do something because if they keep swap stalling, then okay, wait.
Soup.
Soup.
Onto Bennett.
Wait, this could be. Oh, wait.
Healing for 2. Clorand has 3 dice, that's 2 attacks right here. You might see a Bennett burst pass, and Cube might just have kind of enough to deal with this.
Okay.
But does it at all?
Oh,
NA instead saying your Clorand... Doesn't Clorand one-tap here though? Oh no, because you heal, right, obviously. So you're at 6, Clorand's about to do 4 into 2.
Okay, Fufu. Now you know what to do. You know what to do here?
No, I'm actually genuinely lost. What are we doing? We go cube, right?
No, you play the technique, and you cube.
Oh, you're asking for the Clorand deck. Yeah. That part I understand. I'm just wondering what Loom Thousand's play was. Now, yeah, you can do this and try to go for it, get to the cube. But then you're fighting a Bennett with a burst later on.
No, you play the technique. It is at 2 stacks. It deals 4 pyro damage, and with overload, it deals 6. Yes.
Oh, right. You're actually right. Oh my god, you're so correct. And now you need 4 dice, to deal with this.
Yeah.
Clorand is out, but this cube. Oh my god.
Now Liam Townsend does not have enough dice, and Clorand still have 3 stack of bond of life.
Exactly, and this Bennett burst's about to run out, so any 2 actions of Clorand actually kill the cube. And the cube will do a decent chunk, but Clorand can heal up.
The only chance here for Liam Townsend if he draw the soup and if he got the damage bonus from the soup. But from what I remember, he used both of the soup, right?
I remember this one we just used, but it doesn't even matter.
Soup.
It's not
no
there.
more soup. Okay.
So close, yet so far. RPS here into Clorand, healing up just enough so she can take down the entire thing.
Yeah, it is just enough. It is just enough here for Clorand. Oh no, Inzaghi just draw 0 usable.
Oh, okay, no, it's fine.
It's fine. You still have the opera. You still have the artifacts. You still have two cards to tunes. But
it's just barely enough. My God.
Imagine that if he needs more than those dice to win, this would be so scuffed having 0 usable. But he still win this. So yeah.
Yeah, it's funny if Loom 1000 were to decide to bet on him not having dice and just not attack, and you didn't have this opera, then yeah, I would actually be off. But thankfully, either way, opera saves us, and this should just be enough.
Yeah, opera definitely save you here. Oh no, Liam Townsend is. I think he's afraid. I think he just haven't got to accept it.
Yeah, you're just thinking of a line, you're thinking of something you can do, but there's nothing to be done here. The normal attack, yeah. I mean, technically you would be able to take out with more hits, but Clorand is just about to heal straight to 5.
You go for skill here, and then you tune 1, you go for NA, and that's it.
It's just a little too much for our QB boy to deal with. Bonk 4, getting up to 5, and there's nothing you can do except use a nice burst, because honestly the animation is quite good.
Oh no.
Top decking, but nothing to do.
Gamblers too late, and War Princess too.
Honestly, yeah, some extra dice in the previous round would have been quite nice, but the way it's looking, we're just going to hit them with a famous RPS, and we're going to be taken out.
And here we go. GG to Inzaghi. Our protagonists win another match and advance to the knockout stage 3.
GG's, well done. Moving up in the loser's bracket, but is not ready to go home just yet. Ready to fight through and go as far as humanly possible.
Oh my god. Our slot, our protagonist, the slot that everyone in this world love, just won another match with his impressive skill and his luck. Oh, actually not his luck, just his skills with a bit like luckiness. Like, you know, every protagonist just have some kind of plot armors that have them like survive all the way to the end.
Exactly. But their opponent is not to be scoffed at. Quite impressive games, quite good stuff. Well done. Some great ideas, some great plays and maneuvering by the opponent, but sometimes that's just how it is when 2 people play really well. One still needs to get out on top. It's a shame. I wish everyone could just win, but alas.
No, at last, we get to see Inzaghi fight for another day. Yeah. Oh, and for Liam Townsend, sorry, but they have officially been knocked out of the AstraNox tournament, because again, this is the loser bracket. Who wins go next, who lose go out.
Exactly. But they're going to be going with some prizes. They're not going to be losing everything. They're going to get some nice stuff on the side, and honestly, they did great. They should be proud of themselves. It was amazing to watch, so thank everyone who has been around playing, even if they're still in the tournament or they're out. I am happy that they all got to play.
Okay, and the matches for today are done, and the results are here. Both the loser bracket have found its winner. They are Tofu and Injagi, and unluckily for Red White and Liam Townsend, again they are officially knocked out.
Yeah, we will hopefully be seeing them next time, but for the time being, Papaya Tofu and Inzaghi move to the next rounds in the losers bracket, where they will have to be facing people from the winners bracket who we have watched yesterday and the day before go down to losers, and they're not ready to be out of the tournament just yet. So those are going to be some interesting matches to watch indeed.
Okay, dear viewers, and here you are seeing is the matches for tomorrow, which will be the winners of today's matches, which are Injagi and Tofu against the two people who would drop from the winners bracket, Elena and Air.
Exactly. We watched these players. We watched Papaya and Inzaghi move up through the losers, and we watched Melania and Ed give it their best, but just fall a bit short in the winners. So now they are ready for their return and their arc of getting straight back to finals, so they can face the people who sent them there and win the entire thing, of course.
Okay, and now with today's end, we are closer to ever to finish this tournament with how little match left. Like there is a winner bracket final, there is a loser bracket round 3, semi-finals, finals, and then the champions is awaiting in June 15th.
Of course, and you can see how losers, you gotta go through a bit more trouble than the winners who only have a couple games left before the finals. But do not let them discourage it, because that will make your move to champion all the more glorious with how many opponents you had to take down. But that would be it for now, and we hope you will join us tomorrow, because this entire week we are live every single day. You can come here and listen to us talk about it on the YouTube channel. You can go to the JP YouTube channel if you prefer the JP casters, of course. And for the Chinese casts, you can always go to Bilibili. Definitely, we will be posting updates everywhere on social media, so you can keep up regardless of if you get to watch every single one or not. And you know who will be playing, so if you do have favorites, you can keep up with them. Unfortunately, that's been it from me. So if you are tired of my voice, I have some great news for you, but I definitely had a blast casting all of these games.
Okay, and for the tomorrow caster, stay tuned to see who they will be.
Yeah, I hope they're going to give you guys as great of a show as hopefully I did, and I hope you're going to give them a warm welcome as an audience. But ooh, those were quite the games. We saw some decks that we didn't see before. We saw Papaya cooking some interesting decks despite the decks that they cooked before. How did you feel about them?
I have seen some great cooks, but compared to yesterday, it was a bit less of a cooking. I mean, there was some cooking, but compared to the matches of yesterday, oh my god, yesterday was so intense and so full of cooking that the kitchens went on fire. Okay, I mean that okay. Okay, forget it.
It's okay. But I will say, for everyone who did feel that way, do remember that Papaya Tofu is still in the tournament, and he is, you might not have even realized, but he was the man who brought 3 combo decks yesterday, completely unexpected, and then today completely switched it up with a Cloran deck that is completely different from every other one. And honestly, I wish I could get to cast more of his games and see where that journey leads, because hopefully there's gonna be a lot more where all of that came from. But definitely gonna see some amazing games coming up in the following days as well. But for now, I hope you did enjoy it. I've been Fufu, and this is my co-caster
Minty, and we are the caster of the AstraNox tournament, a community tournament sponsored specifically by ShiningSoul. And here we go.
Exactly. And we hope you had a great time as much as we did, and we hope to see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good morning. Don't be fooled. I'm not a morning person. but I have to get to the clinic to feed the critters or they'll start making a real racket. All set for your next trip? You know where you're going. Feeling okay? Got everything you need? Ooh, actually, wait. There's just one last thing I want to check first.
No way, bro!
Here's to a safe journey.
Hit me up, bro!
Let's go.
Oh dear! Oh dear!
Come on, buddy. Easy now, Kakuku.
Hold tight, bro!
There's always going to be those moments